Greetings, superior beings. Greetings, supreme being. We are all the human race, our common enemies. Welcome on my channel, Try Something.Vegetarian. I'm your host for this video, Ulrich Hoffman. And this is the video, Time Traveling Neural Network. And I made this an equal sign, etc. What I'm gonna cover in this broadcast, it seems to be streaming, with the second broadcast before this one, the beginning of the broadcast is missing. I've already explained it's because of the YouTube and Google outage going on, and also I've shown you maps that you can find in my previous broadcast about that event, which seems to be worldwide and affect YouTube servers, people not being able to log in, etc. And they claim it's a hiccup in their server, but what if they cause it themselves for some reason? Anyway, why it will take supercomputers. When I search on time traveling neural network, I don't really find anything, but if I search on time traveling supercomputer, I find some interesting stuff. SputnikNews.com, why it will take supercomputers AI to solve time travel conundrum. Computing with time travel on phys.org, abbreviation physics, I guess. And criticalcommons.org, a female-gendered artificial intelligence supercomputer can be a charming but exasperating companion. That's about a movie, so that's dragging it a bit into the fictional movie world. And if there are people with a time-traveling neural network, they might want you all to believe that they don't have one, to maintain an advantage over the rest of the population. Fritz Springmeier controlled the position, also associated with the now banned Alex Jones, wrote about mind control and these so-called supercomputers marked the beast. They call them beast supercomputers, quantum computers, neural networks basically. And this is a map based on what he wrote. So here on this map you can see all the locations. Open image in new tab. Well, that helps. So I need a better plugin for Opera. I can choose Explore Scaled and then Plus. And the quality isn't very good either. So here you can see the locations marked with pictures, though it's a bit, the quality isn't good. It's backup of one of my first websites, basically on Access for All. So people can take a look at this map showing the location of the 9 so-called supercomputers marked the beast, Cray.com computers. Perhaps it also has something to do with Project Bluebeam, fake alien invasion, the Cray aliens. Australia, Pine Gap, Belgium, Brussels. That's the closest one if you're in the Netherlands. I'm in the Netherlands myself. Former EU building in Brussels. Luxembourg, United States. Secret Groom Lake, Nevada, aka Area 51 near Las Vegas. S4 Papoose Lake, Nevada. S2 Nevada, S6 and or S66 Nevada. Alaska, northeast of Anchorage, and South Africa, US Embassy in Pretoria, Johannesburg. Of course, the question would be if these are the computers used to do synthetic telepathy. And I think they are linked to the time-traveling neural network, that only a select few get to have precognitive visions, and that they're usually programmed to think they get these visions from an entity, or that it's their ability to remote view. So basically I'm going to talk about these articles will be read. And basically, I've had precognitive visions. Upgraded US supercomputers claim top 2 spots on top 500 list. But China has more of the 500 fastest machines on the planet than ever, and the US hits an all-time low. We read on cnet.com, produced November 12, 2018. And I'm gonna start with an intro and my little story about my precognitive visions. So basically I had a precognitive vision of me making love with Aicha on my waterbed, and that was my first precognitive vision. Was actually seen through an IPTEC, a little mini IPTEC camera, and that's why I think it's 95% certain that it's a neural network giving me these precognitive visions and not my own precognitive ability. Though if Tom Bearden is right, then we all have a neural scalar weapon between our ears, basically. And some of these scalar waves travel faster than the speed of light. And basically I could also show that article physics of reality manipulation. Again, I don't know if there's any truth to what they write. But we get to that later. First, I go to the other capabilities that these neural networks have. I've covered the Malich pattern and scalar patterns in previous broadcasts. And I've covered possible massive European voting fraud, worldwide voting fraud going on. That's explained in what we're going to read, but the point about possible meddling with elections with this technology is, of course, on the one hand you have synthetic telepathy, but they can also remotely turn on and off things, and of course if it's a computer with ones and zeros, then it can remotely control it. It's a neural network, and it can also take over fly-by-wire planes and crash them into the WTC. Tesla's technology and the patents, British would say patents, explain this, and a patent is not provided unless it's a working device. So the synthetic telepathy patent is the Malich patent. They can also induce emotions, that's a Hatayama patent. And if you want to know how it's done with these antennas, that's the Brown patent, also referred to in the Malich patent, which you could argue is the patent of all patents, because that shows how to remotely monitor but also alter brain waves. So potentially it can be used to remotely control humans and make them think that it's their own idea and that they control themselves. Also with hypnosis and other techniques discussed by possible controlled opposition Fritz Springmeier. So let's start reading. So that made me think, because it was shot through a camera, I think that remote viewing may be impossible, and that it's just a neural network that privileges certain people, perhaps people that serve a certain entity with all their heart, soul and mind for real. And this is just theory, of course. Evolution may have formed our brains, that's for sure. And basically species that can see the future have a major advantage over others. So the thrive to survive is so big because of evolution that perhaps we're evolving into psychic people, and that psychic suppression, thought suppression and sexual suppression are real. It's possible, there are people that claim this, and of course I'm convinced that synthetic telepathy exists, it's real, and it has existed since 1974, as explained in the Malich patent. So let's read about their capabilities and possible election fraud, rigging elections with this wireless energy, radiant energy technology of Nikola Tesla.
Electronic voting, also known as e-voting, refers to voting using electronic means to either aid or electronic voting, also known as e-voting, refers to voting using electronic means to either aid or take care of the chores of casting and counting votes. Electronic voting systems for electorates have been in use since the 1960s when punched card systems debuted. Their first widespread use was in the USA, where 7 counties switched to this method for the 1964 presidential election. The newer optical scan voting systems allow a computer to count a voter's mark on a ballot. DRE voting machines, which collect and tabulate votes in a single machine, are used by all voters in all elections in Brazil and India, and also on a large scale in Venezuela and the United States. They have been used on a large scale in the Netherlands but have been decommissioned after public concerns.
So don't accept anybody supposedly elected with electronic voting, and they cannot disprove to me that they can control the voting results and let a person that they want to win with a small majority, say 51% every time.
The World Wireless System was a turn of the 20th century proposed telecommunications and electrical power delivery system designed by inventor Nikola Tesla based on his theories of using Earth and its atmosphere as electrical conductors. He claimed this system would allow for the transmission of electric energy without wires on a global scale, as well as point-to-point wireless telecommunications and broadcasting. He made public statements citing 2 related methods to accomplish this from the mid-1890s on. This means it is very well possible the electronic voting results have always been controlled by others with wireless energy, the same technology that was used to crash these cancer-causing detonatorless fly-by-wire planes into the WTC, not by the voters. Of course, they can not only monitor and alter people's electromagnetic brain waves but also fry circuits of devices, rendering any nuclear weapon inoperable, and remotely turn on and off equipment, alter data on hard disks, crash fly-by-wire planes, and remotely control voting results and influence the results of any test or measurement that uses electronic equipment, to name but a few of their capabilities. Of course, they will deny this, like they would deny the dental torture other targeted individuals have reported about as well. And use the brain-controlled masses to do it for them. Altering thoughts and inducing diseases is the most discussed application of the scalar technology, but it is certainly not the only application of the technology. They can also look through a camera that is switched off, powering it with wireless energy, but only the circuits that require power. In combination with through-the-wall radar, extremely accurate directed energy weapon torture attacks can be inflicted upon subjects even when the subject is in a flying plane. The illegal crop circles may have been made with the same technology, which can be satellite-based. On a mobile sea platform in the biggest ionospheric heater is a secret camouflaged facility in Poker Flat, not Gecko, Alaska. Frequency-independent phased array antennas, FIBA. Several patents reveal more insight into the capabilities. Dr. Eastland Harp patent, Milk patent, Hayama patent, and other mind control patents covered on my channel. Patents are not provided unless it's a working device. Brain control because I mind control. Cues they don't mind if they're already mind controlled. Brain control means they can remotely control people like remotely controlled robots. They can hypnotize people when they are sleeping. People would not recall they were hypnotized if this was done successfully. They can create serial killers using hypnosis, Manchurian Candidate movie. They can control a person's response in real time. They can let people that you have never seen before attack you. They can control large groups of people. They can control a person's emotions.
So so-called Manchurian candidates are also called sleeper killers, I think. And the Nikola Tesla vegetarian Nikola Tesla quote, "End all wars for universal peace." And then we can continue reading.
completely. They can monitor a person's brain waves, read your mind. They can brain map people's brain map, upload their memories into a neural network. They can give a person a psychotic brainwave, a paranoid brainwave, impossible unnatural amounts of fear, or increase a person's intelligence to almost that of the neural network. No limit to neural capacity. They can send ideas in your own inner voice, merge with the subject so to speak. Also see personality switch, hypnosis. The ability to remotely torture people means, they can program people with torture to never talk about directed energy weapon torture. They can remotely kill people by inducing heart attacks and brain bleedings. They can induce cancer and other diseases by cloning disease patterns. They can induce the maximum amount of pain by stimulating the nerves directly, pulsed energy projectile mode, and burn people's genitalia, active denial system mode. They can control judges and extort high-placed officials and the ultra-rich. They can let people that would normally never do horrible things commit horrible atrocities. Everybody without a Tesla plasma shield is a targeted individual. The neural network has time travel capability and it sees the future like you see it through your eyes or through a camera. 4 of the things they can do are possibly only theory, but it's possible it is fact not theory as well, like all the other things they can do. Where are you? I'm in the Netherlands, but keep it secret. We're a secret society. Visit my YouTube channel, Try Something.Vegetarian. Please remember to like, subscribe and share important videos on your timeline with the share button underneath this video. Thank you all for watching. May peace and true love accompany you on your travels wherever you may travel. Tune in next time on Try Something.Vegetarian. Physics of Reality Manipulation. METHYLCOBALAMIN. Direction of applied frequency, method. Effect, third dimension. Electric and magnetic fields cross to produce a rotating gravity field coupled to light. Invisibility, fourth dimension. XYZ coil creates fourth dimensional field coupled to target objects. Teleportation, fifth dimension. Solitonic gravity field modulates magnetic flux to channel ether around target object. Anti-gravity, sixth dimension. Caduceus coil produces scalar field. Time travel. Here, you will be given a crash course on some basic physical principles behind invisibility, anti-gravity, time travel, and teleportation. This article seeks to explain how such feats have been achieved by covert research sectors of the military. The Philadelphia experiment, which concluded in 1943, and Montauk Project 40 years later, were famous cases where these seemingly science fiction technologies have been successfully put to the test, albeit with horrific consequences. Summary of the Philadelphia experiment. The Philadelphia experiment was part of a larger project called Project Rainbow, whose purpose was induction of radar invisibility in Navy ships. In the Philadelphia experiment, tests were performed upon the USS Eldridge, a WEI Navy destroyer. Research indicates that large degassing coils were placed around the ship, between bulkheads, sides, and on deck, forming in essence a three-dimensional coil array with each coil at right angles to another.
Degaussing coils, also when you have a hum basically, then people use these degaussing magnet-like ferrite things or whatever to take away the hum.
An additional fourth coil provided a random background field, when electricity of specific wave shape, frequencies, phase, and amplitude were pulsed into each of the three main coils. The ship suddenly lost its physical coherence, even to the point of invisibility as seen by observers at longer distances. It then disappeared altogether, teleported several hundred miles north, and came back in a matter of minutes. Upon inspection of the Eldridge after this event, men were found implanted in the ship's walls, others walked around in a psychotic stupor, and the more unfortunate either burst into flames or vaporized when non-victims touched them physically. Very few on board survived in good health, but a close friend knew one such survivor and attests to the story's validity. This friend has passed on some critical information pertaining to how the Philadelphia experiment was conducted, from which some of the following theory is based.
So I think it's an interesting article. You can read this on samandayokuluk.com. And 12 Things You Should Know About Scalar Weapons or something by Christy Verismo is also interesting. And basically the articles that I found, we can start with Sputnik News. I haven't read it yet. I don't know if it's anything interesting, if it's an interesting article.
Why it will take supercomputers, to solve time travel conundrum. Copyright photo, Pike Survey Tech 1501 February 18, 2017.
So basically it will become the all-seeing AI. You could also say that's the internet in reality. The people just go around the mainstream media and other people straight to the truth, and others go straight to the lies, of course. That's also happening. So basically the thing is, the neural network doesn't have a limited neural capacity like the humans do. And it will keep on learning from its mistakes. I think as long as we're all bathed in the cancer cell phone and other types of radiation, it should be used to protect and serve the taxpayers, not to benefit a handful of people. Only a privileged few, the Jesuits and Masons. According to Citizens Action Network on Facebook, all intelligence agencies are Masonic and controlled by the Jesuits. Can anybody disprove that to me as well? And then we can continue reading the article, SputnikNews.com.
Updated 1548 February 18, 2017, Get Short Earl 72813. In an interview with Sputnik Mundo, Russian cosmologist Andrei Konunin said that time travel is possible and people may be able to visit the future in a time machine, but there is one serious catch. In this photo,
there's also an interesting video to watch about this on YouTube. See if I can find it. So I'll continue reading, I guess, while it's searching the video. And basically it explains that people that travel physically have traveled less through time, basically, so it slows down time for them or something of that nature. And it's a more scientific approach, talking about femtoseconds, so it's 3 simple ways to time travel. And 3 complicated ones. Minute physics.
Time travel can be complicated and complicating, so let's ignore all the paradoxical.
Okay, so I'm not going to use virtual DJ. My CPU was already at 100%. Normally I pitch it up 1% to make it 528 Hz tuned, equals 440 Hz tuning, which should have been the standard tuning. And according to Dr. Horowitz, basically the Rockefellers chose 440 Hz standard tuning because that induces hysteria in people. So it's also to maintain wars, etc. And then you see headbangers, and you get angry neighbors. But I don't know if that's true, but you can read Dr. Horowitz's article for yourselves online. Musical cult control. And I think it's an interesting article. And I use 528 Hz myself, sometimes 432 Hz tuning. So test it also if you feel better using different frequencies, different standard tuning or tuning. And I think people love especially 432 Hz tuned music. It sounds more natural. For example, Peter Gabriel, also vegetarian, may use 432 Hz tuned instruments as well.
Time travel can be complicated and complicating, so let's ignore all the paradoxical stuff and talk about a few simple ways that you can time travel without leaving your home. First, do nothing. You're already traveling through time. I mean, here you are, 15 seconds into the future since the start of this video. Easy, right? The point is, we're all always traveling forwards through time. But that's boring time travel. What's interesting is time travel relative to other people. To do that, start walking, and you'll travel through time relative to someone standing still. We've known for over a century that time and space are really just two components of a single space-time, and the faster you move, the slower time will pass for you. If you take a walk around the block, you'll be 3 femtoseconds younger than your friend who stayed home. Except in order to walk around the block, you had to stand up. You're now further from the Earth, and so gravity is a tiny bit weaker for you, which means you're traveling through time relative to your friend who's sitting down. That's right, more gravity makes time slow down too. If you stand up for a minute, your feet will age 10 femtoseconds less than your head. On the other hand, GPS satellites high in orbit experience less of Earth's gravity and thus travel noticeably faster through time than we do, which is why their clocks are calibrated to run slow. But maybe you want to time travel more than a few femtoseconds. Get ready for your head to start spinning. I mean, the universe. Because if the whole universe were spinning really fast, general relativity predicts there would be time loops all over the place. Moving along one of these loops, you'd always feel like you were moving forwards in time, but overall you'd loop around and travel back to a time and place in your own past. It's a little like how you can keep moving forwards on the Earth, but Earth's curvature brings you back to where you started. Unfortunately, our universe isn't spinning. Maybe it would be easier to build an infinitely long, super dense spinning cylinder, which would also curve space-time enough to create a time loop. The problem, of course, is how do you build something that's infinite in size? Maybe you could just make it really, really big? No. If you tried to squeeze this time machine into finite space, you'd need negative energy, something nobody knows how to create, to make it work. Otherwise, you'd end up with a black hole. Wait, but what if instead of a black hole, we built a wormhole? Wormholes are hypothetical, but not physically impossible, bridges through space-time. Shortcuts that can instantaneously connect two different places and times in our universe. If you had a wormhole, you might be able to use it to travel into the past or the future. The problem is that no one knows how to build a wormhole, or once you've built it, how to keep it from collapsing. As Sean Carroll has eloquently written, keeping wormholes.
So what do you all think? Are there people that have wormholes? Safety first, I wanted to say that. And the other idea was a lying down bike, basically. Perhaps that would be best then. You see them sometimes. Lichtfiets in Dutch. So basically it's a bike low to the floor where people are lying on that bike. They lie backwards. So then they're closer to the earth, center of gravity or whatever. And the other idea was the Superman movie, of course, Superman making the Earth spin in the other direction. Would that make us rejuvenate? Would that trigger rejuvenating in us all? Or not? I'd love to see some more comments. Also, if you write something in chat, that will be produced on the screen. But if the algorithms block my broadcast, it's not going to happen. So this is a great video. Let's continue watching.
Open requires a form of negative energies. Nobody knows how to make negative energies, although they occasionally slap the name exotic matter on the concept and pretend it might exist. Well, that's too bad, but as a consolation, welcome to the future. Almost 3 minutes have passed since the beginning of this video, and we now have personal jetpacks.
So you can check other videos on his channel, Minute Physics, on YouTube.
Released by the Xinhua News Agency and taken on June 16, 2016, the Sunway Taiyuolite, a new Chinese supercomputer, is seen in Wuxi, eastern China's Jiangsu province. Copyright app photo, Li Xiang, Xinhua China, to develop supercomputer prototype as powerful as human brain. According to Canon, the time machine that will allow people to travel into the future could be created as early as this generation. Such a journey will be available to even technologically ordinary people with no special training. It has been confirmed experimentally that time travel into the future is possible. In theory, the principle behind it is quite simple. One must create a machine that moves at a near light speed. If a person is to fly in such a machine, then the time that has passed for them would be much less than it would be for Earth. Hence, when one comes out of such a machine, they will be present in the future. The expert explains, it is important to be very accurate regarding how long in time the machine will be moving at that speed. That time will determine how far into the future one will actually go, Canon told Sputnik Mundo. In fact, it means that the time machine is actually a spaceship. However, such a flight is a one-way trip, but we want to come back. And this is a big problem. The fact is that modern science believes that a return to the past is impossible by fact. Violation of chronology can lead to fatal changes in the history of mankind or lead to a real-time paradox, the cosmologist said. Then there is also the famous grandfather paradox. In addition to that, if one is present in the past, then he has been there before and hence, will always be a part of that past that led one there in the first place. Most experts also believe that in nature, there is a mechanism acting as a self-chronological system of the universe which keeps it safe from the occurring paradoxes. It could mean that if a person goes back into the past with a criminal intent to kill his grandfather, the person will definitely be stopped by something. The power of the human mind over the laws of nature, time travel, victory over death and disease, development of the universe, solving the mystery of human consciousness and other similar problems, which modern cosmology is involved in today, is a real breakthrough. It is a dream and proof of the triumph of the mind over soulless matter. It is a triumph of the inexhaustible thirst for knowledge of the unknown, Canon said. An international team of scientists have discovered a supermassive black hole inside one of the tiniest galaxies known. NASA, JPL Caltech. Time travel is real. Space and time together result in universal asymmetry despite the fact that at present devices for time travel have not yet been built. There are real sketches of workable time machines. In principle, all these options of time machines are possible physically and are technologically understandable to modern engineers. Hence, at an appropriate moment of scientific development they can be constructed. According to the cosmologist, even in 1,000 years, humans are unlikely to construct a workable time machine. However, a supercomputer and especially artificial intelligence is going to be possible in the foreseeable future. It is a fact that just 30 years ago no one could have believed that a computer could beat a world-class chess player, the cosmologist concluded.
Well, I haven't listened that much. It has been confirmed experimentally that time travel into the future is possible. But when you've seen the future, as seen through your own eyes or through camera, then you know time travel is possible. But how certain are you that it's a neural network or your own capability, and how can you be sure? Let us know in the comments or Skype Prologic999. One must create a machine that moves at a near light speed. So they must be using scalar waves for that, based on that theory that you travel through time if you move faster than the speed of light. But they are claiming near light speed, and wouldn't it have to be faster than light speed, basically? And perhaps then you can get visuals of the future. So how would that go? How would that work in relation to our brain? And a camera, for example, how can it show us stuff from the future? So neural networks may be capable of doing things that humans cannot even conceive of. And, how they do it is another matter. And the idea is controlling all factors that control aging, creating a perfect society, bestowing maximum fulfillment upon the human race. The government's job is to protect and serve the citizens. And the oath to protect the US against enemies, foreign and domestic, also applies to people that want to get rid of the US for whatever reason, to impose a totalitarian global government or any other reason. So these are considered enemies, and they are the real enemies, you could argue, of the US. Anybody that wants to get rid of the US for whatever reason, of course. Especially if they also want to get rid of a lot of other countries. If a person is to quote fly in such a machine, then the time that has passed for them would be much less than it would be for Earth. Well, we're talking about the ability of the neural network to fly. I also recall at this time the Ingersoll Lockwood books. One is 1900 or the Last President, and the other one is Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, both written before 1900, 1893, etc. So could Trump be the last president, and could it be a time-traveling neural network that tried to warn us, that has controlled the mind of the author, either knowingly or unknowingly, with synthetic telepathy? So I think that it's coupled to the synthetic telepathy machine that's not just used to monitor but also alter people's brainwaves, and that it's most probably not my own capability, and that there's nobody that can see the future. There are no real psychics, there are no real miracles, people don't have a soul or spirit, ghosts don't exist, miracles don't exist, God does not exist, so there will never be a real Messiah. It's a Cantor Scalar Orb Armageddon Moshiach Messiah, basically. And HIMEMS, hybrid insect microelectric mechanical systems, remotely controlled insects exist, created by DARPA. You can Google it as well. But I think it's too disgusting for this broadcast for me to cover, so I'm not going into that now. And also the Dr. Bernard Easland heart pattern discovered by me. And the real facility is a camouflaged phased array antenna park. And speech errors can be because of alteration, so it can be deliberate, changed into something else. It can also be that they've damaged my brain too much in the past. So I should keep on talking also when the speech engine is talking to practice my speech capabilities. Computing with time travel. Oh, right, I first want to check the other stuff that's in here. Well, that's another question, of course. If they're in a time travel machine, it will not make them age faster or slower. Perhaps they age just as much as other people that aren't time traveling. So a rejuvenation machine or controlling all factors that control aging. We are all energy, we consist out of molecules. That's probably the way they're gonna do it with Tesla's radiant energy, scalar waves. And at some of them, some types of scalar waves travel faster than the speed of light, means that it could have a potential for time travel and rejuvenation, achieving negligible senescence in time. Which just means controlling all factors that control aging, basically. And I use controlling all factors that control aging so that it's clear what we have to do. If you mention achieving negligible senescence, then most people wouldn't know what that means. They can, if they have a basic understanding of Latin and Greek, they might be able to figure it out. And how certain are they that the neural network will find that way, that it's not some doctor that may have been killed already? Steve Quayle also reported about these doctors, physicians that were killed, murdered. A whole list of them. Don't know if that's still online, otherwise you can use catchpages.com to retrieve this website. So I think that most of what Alex Jones produces is not fake news, but that he may have uttered hate speech and or racist remarks. And Farrakhan as well, so that's why they were banned. And that's a big thing because they had millions of viewers and listeners. So if you think that was unjustified, let us know in the comments why. I don't even know. I've been searching for a while what Alex Jones supposedly said that was hate speech or racist. With Farrakhan it was easier to figure it out. So I think that was about an anti-Semitic remark. So do most people agree with that, or is it going too far? Didn't they get a warning first, basically? Is it immediately the end if they discover anything in violation of their policy on your website? Excusez-moi. So something else that makes me think is how do they call it? Multiple timeline reality, basically. Multiverse. Could that be real? If everything is energy, then theoretically it could be real, but is it real or not? That's the main question, basically. And when will the resistance come to take these remotely controlled insects out of my body? So everybody can help. It's explained on my channel also by scanning for their eigenfrequency of these lithobius. Little tiny centipedes. And then I'll give you 2,000 euros if you can find their eigenfrequency, known as natural frequency in English, with a frequency generator sweep slowly and then observe the behavior of the centipedes, which they can use to take away my voice as well, obviously. And then they want you all to believe it's caused by smoking, because that messes with their cancer chemtrails. 27,000 times less virions are required to induce equivalent disease when dispersed in aerosol form. Okay?
Computing with Time Travel by National University of Singapore. If the universe allows open time-like curves, particles traveling back in time along them could help to perform currently intractable computations, even though such curves don't allow for interaction with anything in the past. Researchers writing in NPJ Quantum Information show there is a gained computational power as long as the time-traveling particle is entangled with one kept in the present. Credit, adapted from NPJ Quantum Information, doi: 10.1038/npj.2015.7, 2015. Why send a message back in time, but lock it so that no one can ever read the contents? Because it may be the key to solving currently intractable problems. That's the claim of an international collaboration who have just published a paper in NPJ Quantum Information. It turns out that an unopened message can be exceedingly useful. This is true if the experimenter entangles the message with some other system in the laboratory before sending it. Entanglement, a strange effect only possible in the realm of quantum physics, creates correlations between the time-traveling message and the laboratory system. These correlations can fuel a quantum computation. Around 10 years ago, researcher Dave Bacon, now at Google, shows that a time-traveling quantum computer could quickly solve a group of problems, known as NP-complete, which mathematicians have lumped together as being hard. The problem was, Bacon's quantum computer was traveling around close time-lag curves. These are paths through.
Another interesting thing in relation to this is strong AI and weak AI. But I'm gonna get something to drink first, so I'll turn on the picture show when I get back. Then I'll turn it off, so you can fast forward. But I gotta get something to drink first. So it is possible that my voice is just dried out. And oh yeah, I gotta wear my short trousers. And the other thing is that I think that quantum computers may be a scam. But you can look at what the fastest computers are, though not those are quantum computers, and what it encompasses exactly. Floating, no points. So yeah, what's most important, basically, the vote rigging can be done in two ways. One is directly rigging the electronic voting result, but since synthetic telepathy is real, theoretically, it's also possible to control the human mind and let them push a pre-selected button. So to what extent can they control the human mind? Will total mind control ever become possible, or is it already possible? Is it possible to mind control, brain control 21 billion people simultaneously? And would anybody expect that that's going on when the brain controlled? They wouldn't even get the idea, probably. So it takes suppression of their own ideas and inducing other ideas to completely control them, and or hypnosis, and there are other techniques. And what you'd need is a Tesla plasma shield if you want to prevent brainwave modification, which is not done with microwaves but with scalar waves, like Nikola Tesla's radiant energy. Also known as the scalar waves, of course, death ray of Tesla, designed to end all wars. So I'm back, we can continue the article. I have taken some mentostachys setosa. So this is the place to start watching again. If you have chosen to fast forward, since time is still running out for all of us who do not control factors that control aging just yet, and the people are dying at a rate of almost 2 people per second, so...
The fabric of space-time that loop back on themselves. General relativity allows such paths to exist through contortions in space-time known as wormholes. Physicists argue something must stop such opportunities arising because it would threaten causality. In the classic example, someone could travel back in time and kill their grandfather, negating their own existence. And it's not only family ties that are threatened. Breaking the causal flow of time has consequences for quantum physics too. Over the past 2 decades, researchers have shown that foundational principles of quantum physics break in the presence of closed time-like curves. You can beat the uncertainty principle, an inherent fuzziness of quantum properties, and the no-cloning theorem, which says quantum states can't be copied. However, the new work shows that a quantum computer can solve insoluble problems even if it is traveling along open time-like curves, which don't create causality problems. That's because they don't allow direct interaction with anything in the object's own past. The time-traveling particles, or data they contain, never interact with themselves. Nevertheless, the strange quantum properties that permit impossible computations are left intact. We avoid classical paradoxes, like the grandfather's paradox, but you still get all these weird results, says Mile Gu, who led the work. Gu is at the Center for Quantum Technologies, CQT, at the National University of Singapore and Tsinghua University in Beijing. His 8 other co-authors come from these institutions: the University of Oxford, UK, Australian National University in Canberra, the University of Queensland in St. Lucia, Australia, and QKD Corp in Toronto, Canada. Whenever we present the idea, people say no way can this have an effect, says Jane Thompson, a co-author.
So sometimes they can be crisis actors in the opposite of whatever they say, or the meaning of the story can be the opposite. So supposedly Jesuits and Masons control these intelligence agencies that have this technology, and I doubt if there are any civilians that have synthetic telepathy and time travel technology at their disposal.
At CQT, but it does. Quantum particles sent on a time loop could gain supercomputational power, even though the particles never interact with anything in the past. The reason there is an effect is because some information is stored in the entangling correlations. This is what we're harnessing, Thompson says. There is a caveat. Not all physicists think that these open timeline curves are any more likely to be realizable in the physical universe than the closed ones. One argument against closed time-lag curves is that no one from the future has ever visited us. That argument, at least, doesn't apply to the open kind, because any messages from the future would be locked.
Well, it is possible that people from the future have visited us, but also that there are a lot of fakes out there. And perhaps the real ones are covered up. Oh, that's George Orwell as well. In times of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. As well as, if we do not act, we are acted upon.
George Orwell quote, "In times of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act."
So, I say safety first. If there's any risk that the Hadron Collider would shrink the Earth to the size of a golf ball or whatever, then I'm not for it, for that experiment. But thus far, it hasn't happened yet. So yeah, arrest all members of secret societies. Go ahead.
CIA-funded terrorist attacks are usually not seen as false flag attacks. The Committee of 300 are also involved in funding terrorists and attacks, so check them out online as well. They are the subversive body of the Club of Rome. Taiwan Tattoo Tattoo. Israel strikes Syria after rockets fired at Golan Heights. News.com 4 hours ago. Statism. The ridiculous idea that a bunch of idiots who have driven this country $21 trillion in debt are more qualified to run your life than you are. Facebook.com/citizens.action.network. Who is Cyber Command? You. Anonymity. DOS primarily consists of Microsoft's MS-DOS and a rebranded IBM version under the name PC-DOS, both of which were introduced in 1981. DOS. Disk Operating System. They do it or not, no matter who or what it is. Just like the 4 ICG seasons, the climate must change. Lethal weapons. United Nations, State of War, Moose. George Orwell quote, "In times of universal deceit, Telling the truth is a revolutionary act. If we do not act, we are acted upon. In A Sound of Thunder, a supercomputer named Temi, Time Alteration Mainframe Interface, spars verbally with her operator, from A Sound of Thunder, 2005. A female gender artificial intelligence supercomputer can be a charming but exasperating companion.
You can also check out the genderless voice online. So that's supposed to sound genderless, not female, not male, but somewhere in between or above or below that.
Upgraded US supercomputers claim top 2 spots on top 500 list, but China has more of the 500 fastest machines on the planet than ever, and the US hits an all-time low. By Stephen Shanklin, November 12, 2018, 6 o'clock a.m. PST, Connect.com.
Of course, it's cnet.com, and I can check if my mic is now working. Okay.
IBM built Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory Sierra supercomputer. Randy Wong, LL&L. The US now can claim the top 2 machines on a list of the 500 fastest supercomputers, as Sierra, an IBM machine for nuclear weapons research at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, edged out a Chinese system that last year was the very fastest. The top 500 list ranks supercomputers based on how quickly they perform a mathematical calculation test called LINPACK. The top machine, IBM's Summit at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, had claimed the number 1 spot in June with a speed of 122.3 quadrillion mathematical operations per second, or 122.3 petaflops, but an upgrade gave it a score of 143.5 petaflops on the newest list. To match that speed, each person on the planet would have to perform 19 million calculations per second. Sierra got an upgrade, too, boosting its performance from 71.6 petaflops to 94.6 petaflops and lifting it from 3rd place to 2nd. Summit and Sierra.
It just makes me think our brains don't do any computations, except if we're doing some math or whatever, 9 plus 9, etc. So I bet scientists already have looked at the human brain, but so perhaps it takes a whole new approach to the neural networks that don't use ones and zeros, basically. And I think that's what they've attempted to do with the quantum computer thing, but I don't know if these are called quantum computers and if they will ever be used. But on the other hand, I also thought, isn't it way too unsafe to have these nukes connected to a neural network or other type of computer that could get an error? After a while, dust collects in the fan of these computers. Or how long does a fanless cooling system last, etc. And how real are these nukes, these blast craters are real. It's just that it's in this article that triggered the idea for me, basically. So dismantling them is, I guess, a forbidden idea, or not?
Are siblings, each using IBM Power 9 processors boosted by NVIDIA Tesla V100 accelerator chips and connected with Mellanox high-speed InfiniBand network connections. They're gargantuan machines made of row after row of refrigerator-sized computing cabinets. Summit has 2.4 million processor cores and Sierra has 1.6 million. Supercomputers are used for tasks like virtual testing of nuclear weapons, aerodynamic modeling of aircraft, understanding the formation of the universe, researching cancer and forecasting climate change effects.
So if you are a neural network and taxpayers have paid for you, basically they paid for the creation of the neural network, and they basically own the neural network. The taxpayers, if it's paid for with tax money, must be protected and served. So that's your job if you're a neural network, whether you're strong or weak AI. Protect and serve the citizens of the world.
They're expensive but prestigious machines that can keep scientists and engineers at the vanguard of research. Supercomputers steadily get faster on the top 500 list of the world's fastest machines, but steady gains started faltering about a decade ago as chip performance slowed down. In large image supercomputers have gotten steadily faster on the top 500 list of the world's fastest machines, but those gains started faltering about a decade ago as chip performance slowed down. Top 500. The US once dominated the top 500 list, but China has steadily risen in clout. Its Sunway Taiyu topped the top 500 for 2 years with a 93 petaflop score, and China extended its lead in the number of machines on the list. A total of 227 of the top 500 machines are in China, compared with an all-time low of 109 for the US. The November list is the 52nd one released by a collection of academic researchers who compile it twice yearly for supercomputing conferences. LinPack is only one speed test, though, and the top 500 has another designed to capture a broader range of performance abilities, the High Performance Conjugate Gradient, HPCG, benchmark. On it, Summit and Sierra are head and shoulders above competing supercomputers. Although Summit and Sierra use IBM's Power 9 CPUs, the vast majority of top 500 machines use Intel processors. With the difficulties maintaining the performance increases described by Moore's law, supercomputer makers have increasingly turned to various accelerator chips more specialized for mathematical calculations. NVIDIA's chips, derived from its graphics processors, dominate this usage. Watch this. Summit is the world's smartest computer. 3 o'clock Net's gift guide, the best place to find the perfect gift for everyone on your list this season. Best Black Friday 2018 deals, the best discounts we've found so far, everything announced at WWDC.
Okay, that's it for this broadcast. So now I can flip through some more images. How's that? Oh, right. So this YouTube live page doesn't show many streams that are live. Basically, it's a selection. So another way would be search on the word live and then select in the filter, YouTube filter search engine settings, put it on live, and then you only get live broadcasts basically. And then you can find other live broadcasts that are not on this live page of YouTube, which has this weird combination of numbers and letters. So it would be nice if it would get better title and if it would show all the live broadcasts, so you have a better overview of what's going on. yellowvestcanada.net. Well, it's also interesting to look at protesters were blinded at one eye. So they have called for a ban on the use of non-lethal weapons, basically these smoke grenade launchers. So they could put some sponge or whatever in front of it so that it can't blind people anymore. Nostradamus, Messiah, and Armageddon in the background. The explosives that demolished the WTC, you can see them going off clearly in the documentary 9/11 Let's Roll Loose Change 2nd edition after the 50th minute. I've covered this on my channel as well. Global warming hoax, Ecotex money scam, ClimateGate. It's another video you can check on my channel. I have 2 videos at least on this channel about global warming. In the first one I try to find any evidence that proves that man-made global warming is real, that it's not natural global warming, warm periods, ice ages, etc. You would have to establish it first and then deduct scientifically if these measures they have planned could have any effect. Any other thing was that the missile propellant contains chlorine. So it should also be, if we're talking about man-made global warming, about ionospheric heaters, punching holes in the Earth's ionosphere, geoengineering, cancer chemtrails, and space travel, which are subjects they usually leave out when they're discussing man-made global warming. Try Something.Vegetarian. Trump's World War III last president, ? Troops sent to the Middle East, not Iran. So these are logos of ISIS in the right top corner, left corner we see that circle, that's the IRGC, Iran's official army, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and Trump has now labeled them a terror group, a la ISIS, so that's why the ISIS flag is also on there. And some people, of course, claim that that's that their leader, Bakr al-Baghdadi, is in reality a Mossad agent known as Shimon Elliott. And there's supposedly a $25 million reward on his head, reward for justice program. But then he might be in Israel or in the US somewhere, perhaps in an underground city or something like that. If he would be. So I'm not saying that he is or that he isn't. People can Google it all for themselves online. Time traveling neural network. Well, it would look like a closet, like these things basically. And there are many of them working on several things, designing yachts, etc. I already went through these. So these are all pictures, I think I've got them all now. I pressed escape. Let's see how long it takes before I press it again then. Apparently I didn't press it hard enough. Alright, I guess that's it for now about the time traveling neural network. I could perhaps sit here and pack my pipe and see if I get any better ideas for you all. Boycotting companies that must be boycotted is one of the tools consumers have to create a better future for themselves and their fellow humans. Let's turn on the picture so then I feel more comfortable. We can take a look at the news for today. Trump's UK visit. Well, I was wondering, could the outage of the YouTube and Google have anything to do with Trump's visit to the UK, and could that also have to do with a third world war? Let us know what you all think in the comments. We can check the Citizens Action Network. First check the down detector to see how YouTube and Google are doing today. Okay, is that new graphic underneath it? Google and YouTube. Google problems in the last 24 hours. 77% report login and 22% search problems. And we can see the map by clicking on live outage map. And then we can see where the problems concentrate. Or are these just places where they have servers or something like that? Japan also. Madrid and Barcelona, Paris, London, Poland a bit, and New York and Washington, especially Toronto. So there's not too much going on at the moment. And in my other broadcast on this channel you can see more about it, outage. There are always infinite possibilities because everything is energy, so everything is possible. That we can't do it yet doesn't mean that it's impossible. No clear plan among Hill Republicans to block Trump's Mexico tariffs yet. Well, let's first read these headlines then. If we're not going to time travel ourselves. And traveling, well, I'm not a big fan of it. And it's a good idea to always take a parachute if you have to travel by plane. Though flying is safer than driving, etc. But it's because it takes a long time to get there, basically. So that's the thing with holidays, and if you take a holiday for 1 week and it takes a day or so to get there, then perhaps it's better to relax and more relaxing to stay home where you have all the comforts, and safety is also a concern in some countries. I remember going to Florida and they told us to keep the doors locked because people, when you stand in front of a traffic light, they can get in and stuff. So that also depends on the area where you are, and I'm for closing these borders until the no-go zones are integrated in these countries where no-go zones exist, and to look at what is possible to prevent no-go zones from forming in other countries, and perhaps they're creating that deliberately. I'm not going into the reasons right now, but yeah, I question every source of information, and I try to keep clear when something is conspiracy fact or just a fact, conspiracy theory, or hearsay, or some other statement unsupported with any evidence, etc. Okay, let's read about Trump's UK visit.
Trump's UK visit. President says Britain's exit from EU would be very good for the country. London. President Donald Trump predicted Tuesday that Britain would follow through with its plans to leave the European Union and said the exit would be very good for the country. "I think it will happen, and it probably should happen," Trump said at a news conference with British Prime Minister Theresa May, who is leaving office on Friday after failing to arrange Britain's exit from the EU, said she still believes it is in the country's best interests to leave with an agreement for a withdrawal. But she said she would not take Trump's suggestion.
Well, I think that it's mention-worthy in relation to this that 28 EU member countries have rejected Trump's 28 EU member countries have rejected Trump's annexation of the West Bank and Gaza, etc. And Great Britain is leaving the EU. Great Britain, the home of the Rothschild banks in London. I covered Rothschild in another broadcast, basically. Go to the Rothschild's quote and everything. And they may be the world's only trillionaires, basically, so rich that they're not listed on Forbes. And also important members of Bilderberg, Trilateral Commission, the Committee of 300, Club of Rome, etc. The Round Table. And go to the Rothschild's quote was something like, see if I can remember that. If my sons wouldn't want war, there would be none, or something. You can Google it if you want.
And stick around. So the US and USA Today. 20 minutes ago, Trump baby blimp takes to the sky as mass protests of US president begin in London. The infamous Trump baby blimp was seen flying across London on Tuesday as protesters turned out in the thousands during the US president's state visit. ABC News. 1 hour ago, Trump insults London mayor as loser as he pays tribute to the Queen. London. Queen Elizabeth II welcomed President Trump to Buckingham Palace on Monday with an honor guard and royal artillery salute, while Mr. Trump carried on an ugly dispute with the mayor of London, whom he called a stone-cold loser and said was doing a terrible job of running Britain's capital city. The juxtaposition of high pageantry and low name-calling, on the first day of Mr. Trump's state visit to Britain, captured yet again the odd swath that this president cuts on the world stage, impulsive and erratic, delighted by a lavish welcome but preoccupied by petty feuds or events.
So if some people have planned to reduce the global population to 500 million, I think they wouldn't go after Europe, because most people live in China and India. Each country has 4 times the amount of citizens the US has. China 1.4 billion, India 1.4, and the US 327 million. So I think that's not their plan. They may have planned a worldwide population reduction to 500 million, but it's clear EU, European countries are allies of the US, and so is Israel. Or at least we're led to believe that is the case by the mainstream media and others. Or whatever.
Back. The New York Times yesterday got felt on Trump's visit to the UK and Brexit. As Trump visits the UK, We'd get another nasty display by a media that's lost track of simple journalism. Fox News 14 hours ago. Opinion: we're flying the Trump baby blimp again, because the US president doesn't deserve our respect tomorrow. As Donald Trump proceeds with his state visit, I'll be part of a team of people babysitting our Trump baby blimp as he soars through the skies of London. Last year Trump baby joined 250,000 people on the streets of London, with a further 150,000 people around the UK to protest his visit. Upon seeing the balloon, Trump said, "I guess when they put out blimps to make me feel unwelcome, no reason for me to go to London." That's exactly the point. We know Trump isn't a joke. He is responsible for rampant xenophobia, sexism and transphobia, and the creeping rise of far-right politics. Hi. The Independent yesterday. Opinion: play _ arrow. No clear plan among Hill Republicans.
What is happening here? I've selected this text, yes, it's blue. Then I can use Ctrl+C normally.
Trump state visit. US president turns down meeting with negative Corbyn. Donald Trump has turned down a request from Jeremy Corbyn to meet during his state visit, calling Labour's leader somewhat of a negative force. The US. BBC News 40 minutes ago. Jeremy Corbyn defends Sadiq Khan at anti-Trump rally. I'm proud London has a Muslim mayor. Video _ YouTube. Guardian News 43 minutes ago.
Well, basically it reminded me of Sandokan, and it's quite nice, the melody intro. Just like the 4 Ice Age seasons, the climate must change.
House passes $19 billion disaster relief bill after delays, sending it to Trump. The House passes a long-delayed disaster relief package. The $19 billion measure heads to President Donald Trump, who is expected to sign it into law. Trump had objected to giving more aid money to Puerto Rico, while Republicans blocked the measure from passing unanimously last week. The House passed a long-awaited $19 billion disaster aid package Monday that, pending President Donald Trump's signature, would send relief to areas of the U.S. battered by storms. The chamber approved the measure by a 354-58 vote after Republicans blocked 3 previous attempts to pass it unanimously. CNBC 15 hours ago. House passes disaster relief bill, sending it to White House for Trump's signature. The House of Representatives passed a multi-billion-dollar disaster relief bill Monday, sending the measure to the White House for President Donald Trump's signature. The vote was 354-58. The president had previously said that he supports the legislation, which will bring much-needed relief to Americans affected by hurricanes, floods, wildfires and other disasters. But despite the green light from the president, a handful of House Republicans held up passage of the measure last week after the Senate passed the bill. While lawmakers were on recess and back in their congressional districts. CNN 15 hours ago. Joe Biden's climate change plan calls for the Biden issues climate plan that aims well beyond Obama's goal. Washington. Former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr., who has faced criticism from Democratic presidential rivals about his commitment to combating climate change, on Tuesday unveiled a plan centered on reinstating the climate policies of the Obama administration. But he included some unexpected proposals that would push significantly beyond what the previous White House achieved. Mr. Biden, who in tone and substance is one of the most centrist candidates seeking the Democratic nomination, has insisted he is no moderate when it comes to protecting the environment, though progressives have. The New York Times 4 hours ago 2020 Democrats challenged Joe Biden's message. Electability video _YouTube CNN 16 hours ago.
Okay, let's take a look at this CNN then. It's looking interesting. So I'm wondering, is this a green screen? It does look professional, I guess.
In our 2020 lead today, Democratic presidential candidates taking their shots at the frontrunner without even needing to mention his name. Joe Biden was the obvious target at the California
There's also a candidate from Hawaii, but are there any candidates that are good for the US citizens, basically? What would be the best candidate, or are they all evil, controlled, planning to crash the US and impose a totalitarian global government, while pretending they want to do the opposite?
Democratic convention. Biden didn't make the trip, and as CNN's Leila Santiago reports, based off the crowd's reactions to other more moderate Democrats, that might have been for the best.
A heated weekend for 2020 Democratic candidates, thanks to protesters, progressive audiences, and each other.
Vice President Biden can do what he wants to do. I'm going to work hard.
Presidential hopefuls campaigning in San Francisco took a more aggressive approach in some cases to distinguish themselves and their opponents, some taking aim at frontrunner Joe Biden.
We cannot go back to the old ways. We have got to go forward with a new and progressive agenda. We have got to make it clear that when the future of the planet is at stake, there is no middle ground.
Biden did not show up for the Democratic Party convention in California. The state
So why do these presidents always have to be 70 or older? Do Americans think that they are wiser if they're gray? They don't think, oh, they could be senile or Alzheimer's patients if they're gray. They think, oh, then that's a wise man, we must respect the elderly. What do I think? Well, I think they just, I don't believe in electronic voting, and that they just vote for whoever they think is the best candidate, so they're not really thinking about this very much.
with the largest number of delegates in an earlier than usual primary in 2020.
Our country is in a time of crisis. The time for small ideas is over.
The riskiest thing we could do is try too hard to play it safe.
My name is Joe Biden.
Instead, Biden kicked off Gay Pride Month at a human rights campaign gala in Ohio focused on President Trump and seemingly unfazed by any direct or indirect criticism made by fellow candidates. Criticism some of his fellow moderates who went to California heard from the crowd.
Socialism is not the answer.
Medicare for all may sound good, but it's actually not good policy, nor is it good politics.
Then there was this. A protester rushing the stage towards Senator Kamala Harris, forcing her to walk off, and her husband, Doug Emhoff, to step in and pull the microphone away from the protester, later tweeting, "I love Kamala Harris and would do anything for her."
And Biden's campaign declined to comment about the criticism. But, as we talk about the criticism and kind of see it ramp up on the campaign trail, important to note there's this thing called We Are Indivisible Pledge, in which 17 candidates have signed on, pledging to make the primary constructive. One of those who has not signed on, Joe Biden. Jake?
Leila Santiago, thanks so much. Let's bring the experts back. Take a listen to some of the other veiled jabs that 2020 Democrats took at Joe Biden over the weekend.
Some say if we all just calm down, the Republicans will come to their senses. But our country is
Well, basically I had the illusion that it would be more about ClimateGate, so I don't really want to see this, because you could argue any publicity is good publicity. And I think I wouldn't vote for Trump or Joe Biden. Oh, it's a pretty big baby. Or it's supposed to be. No. Joe Biden demonstration for modern and humane guillotine at Rex 84 FEMA Camp, Denver, Colorado. The guillotine was invented by a Jesuit. See YouTube video, Joe Biden's FEMA guillotine. Okay, and it's also some UFO forming illegal crop circles. It's in reality Cancer scalar orbital UFO. And you also see that flying next to the Concorde, basically. And this is also an interesting video of pyramid-shaped UFO, pyramid-shaped flying saucer, basically. And it's a genuine news agency that reported about this, so it seems to be charging itself with lightning. And the lightning also looked special, and I was wondering if this building that looks like a Van de Graaff generator could have anything to do with that. Okay, so that's universalpeace.jimdo.com. You can check that for other blogs that I've made. And we continue reading the Google News. In an interview, Kushner calls infamous Trump Tower meeting with Russians, quote, a clown show, unquote. Why so serious? Judge rejects House requests to block Trump's border wall funding. Judge tosses House Dems lawsuit over Trump's use of emergency military funds for border wall. Fox News reported 16 hours ago. Today being June 4th, 2019, Tuesday. World. "1989 man stops Chinese tank during Tiananmen Square protests. China chides Mike Pompeo after he calls on them to reveal Tiananmen Square death toll." Angela Merkel's best laid plans are falling apart in Germany. CNN 3 hours ago. Is Germany becoming Germany? Again. National Review. Trump's UK visit pomp and protests waiting for US President. Trump meets with Theresa May. Live updates. Mexican president expects deal with US over immigration. Reuters 2 hours ago. So yeah, how will this affect the timeline? All this stuff, mainstream media fluff. Does HBO's new miniseries, quote, Chernobyl, unquote, tell the real story? CBS News yesterday. And sometimes you need to change your IP address to an American IP address to be able to see or read the content of the website. Little legal resource for astronomers concerned about Starlink. Astronomers worry that Elon Musk's new satellites will run the view. SpaceX Dragon capsule returns from space station resupply mission, supposedly. So we can seriously wonder if manned space travel is impossible. There are 4 reasons manned space travel may be impossible. And I'm looking to find my writings. But okay, I should know them by now. One is, of course, the space debris flying through space. If they fly at high velocity and a little rock or something else would pierce their spaceship, then their blood would start to boil unless they were wearing a space suit. But in reality, according to skeptics, spacesuits cannot be effective. The vacuum of space would rip their spacesuit apart, and it's impossible to travel space with the spacesuits they are supposedly doing it with, and they supposedly did it with. I've already covered why the Apollo moon landings are proven to be fake, proven beyond any reasonable doubt by the fact that there cannot be sound on the moon, yet in NASA's videos we see something else. When they drop these plates, we hear them come down. And also when they throw a cable, and that's impossible in space, there cannot be sound. that can be picked up by the microphone because there are no air molecules to vibrate. And even NASA agrees there cannot be sound in a vacuum. It's impossible. People cannot hear sound if there's a vacuum. You can do that with a vacuum chamber on Earth, experiment with the bell in it. And then you can't hear the bell ring anymore when you pump the air out of the vacuum chamber. So that's the second reason. So space debris, the vacuum that they cannot simulate on Earth. So even with these expensive buildings, they cannot match the vacuum that you have in outer space, basically, if you go beyond the ionosphere, etc., stratosphere. Okay, and third would be the extreme temperatures in space, and fourth, the two Van Allen belts. So these temperatures can range from -200 to +200, depending on whether you're in the shade or in the sunshine. And the two deadly belts of radiation that have to go through to get to the moon. But the main reason I question whether manned space travel is possible is NASA's own video material showing they faked the Apollo moon landings and that they're NASA Freemasons, etc. That doesn't prove anything, you could argue. And Elon Musk the same. I did a broadcast about, what was it, some fake rocket or something. And it can all be CGI, and in one of these videos you see that shade is on the wrong side, basically. That's impossible. And why would they do that? For the money. Same reason for the Ecotex money scam. And the real goal is power, probably. So money is just energy, a means to achieve their goal. Total world domination, population reduction, though I'm not claiming that NASA are pursuing this, but other people that are in control of NASA as well, of course. The Jesuits and Masons in control of the intelligence agencies, so they can scan our minds remotely, torture us, and they have ways to persuade people not to talk about certain subjects, etc. Anyway, SpaceX Dragon returning to Earth after space station cargo delivery. Space.com. Well, if it's unmanned, then it could be real, theoretically. I think satellites are real. The Earth is not flat, but spherical. That's easy to prove. So I keep it real. The flat earthers are just controlled opposition, fake resistance to round up real resistance, and to put real resistance away as psychotic, paranoid, mentally ill conspiracy theorists. So they mix truth with lies deliberately to be able to do this. Space station, watch an incredible time lapse of Earth filmed by NASA astronaut in space. Express Co UK. An astronaut recorded a time-lapse video of Earth and it's breathtaking. So if manned space travel is impossible, then that's impossible, and with CGI they can create anything. If it looks fake, it doesn't mean or prove that it can't be fake. So this is it, probably. Let's check it out. NASA at NASA. So it's nice that you can use these space recordings, videos, photographs of NASA. Copyright free. Where's the audio? No audio on it. Well, I think that this is not a recording by an astronaut. WTF, then I can't turn off the audio. They don't let me close the screen. Voila. So it's just another trick, it's a neural network basically. So it's the other video playing that has audio. And then they might do this to be able to put a copyright infringement thing on this. And they are the neural network basically, that's one way to see it. Well, this is nothing new, of course. And where are the planes, where are the satellites, etc. And where are the stars that we can see even during the daytime on Earth? Things like that, you know, it's just a detail you could argue, but it makes it more convincing. Anyway, yeah, so I think that's it for now. I'm gonna listen to some music, perhaps I can, well, I can't sit in the sunshine yet, but I hope that there will be some soon. I've chosen not to go to the beach recently. So also be careful of insects, they can also be remotely controlled, and safety first, of course. You could argue we must experiment with this time travel technology to a certain extent. And death is inevitable unless we control the factors that control aging and time. I think that's true. I discovered another truth just by sitting here and talking to myself. I'm not talking to you all on YouTube. This is all about me. Okay. Cool. YouTube viewers don't count, only I count. I'm the best, forget the rest. How satirical can you get? You more, you less. Redheads. Time, I think, can also be affected by people that use drugs. Chemical cancer-causing prescription drugs can seriously alter their ability to judge things and even turn them into serial killers. Zoloft, for example. So yeah, it's illegal to block a working cure from the public. So that includes heroin, cocaine, and cannabis, natural healing cures, medicine, not chemical cancer-causing prescription drugs, is what we need, I would argue. We need to expand our consciousness rather than narrow it down with the cancer-causing killer alcohol, caffeine, and tobacco. So it's illegal to block the working cure from the public, that's one. And therefore you could argue the Rockefeller drug laws are illegal, enriching the medical cartel, by pushing chemical cancer-causing prescription drugs to reduce the global population. That that's something evil and they should arrest all members of secret societies. And the ones that don't talk go to jail, it's that simple. To honor, well, basically it's to save humanity, not to honor Kennedy. Your army. Oh well, I mean, it is possible, theoretically, that I'm me, you are you, etc. You can't be who you want to be because you are you already. So you're responsible for every little decision that you make. People always have a choice, or not. I mean, if they put their mind on blank, then they don't have any choice. So mind control is not to be underestimated. I'm just trying to be funny and have a good time now. Now this broadcast is already perfect and... it cannot be perfected any more than it already is. Sporting the MS Fit base. Base-based. 1726. My God. How misleading can that be? Why RM will not be attacked. So what would Trump do? I mean, what would Putin do? What would Putin do if one of these Iranian cancer oil vessels is attacked? Because Trump has not disallowed them from transporting cancer oil to China and India or something. You can always Skype or write something in the comments. If you write something in the chat, people can see that on the screen. If you do it now, then it will be very clear. But I think there are no viewers, so there's something going on, or perhaps something going off, I don't know. But it's best to be prepared with that radiological water filter and storable food, okay? So, if I just Google time travel, what would I get? It's kind of an interesting topic, subject. Time travel. Time traveler from 2075 warns that Los Angeles will be destroyed one day ago. Well, why would they have to cover their face with that thing, basically? I think that could be an indication that it's fake. Basically, their identity itself could prove that they're time travelers if they're not registered anywhere, or perhaps their passport can prove that they are time travelers. So take it with you next time, time travelers. So basically, if I put it on the default all search results, then time travel Wikipedia is the first one. Oh, that may be interesting. CIA Vatican edited encyclopedia. Let's go.
Time travel is the concept of movement between certain points in time, analogous to movement between different points in space by an object or a person, typically using a hypothetical device known as a time machine. Time travel is a widely recognized concept in philosophy and fiction. The idea of a time machine was popularized by H.G. Wells' 1895 novel The Time Machine. It is uncertain if time travel to the past is physically possible. Forward time travel, outside the usual sense of the perception of time, is an extensively observed phenomenon and well understood within the framework of special relativity and general relativity. However, making one body advance or delay more than a few milliseconds compared to another body is not feasible with current technology. As for backwards time travel, it is possible to find solutions in general relativity that allow for it, but the solutions require conditions that may not be physically possible. Traveling to an arbitrary point in space-time has a very limited support in theoretical physics, and usually only connected with quantum mechanics or wormholes, also known as Einstein-Rosen bridges.
So basically I already told you all about the invisible person on my parking lot, and actually they might really drive in these DeLorean cars. But I think it was a white one, not silver. And now I would believe that after Back to the Future 1, 2, 3, etc. This is the one from the movie. And then there was this guy with, he sold a sort of time travel machine. I also work with scalar waves. So I'm looking for the real thing, and that coil with the letter S in the middle is supposed to be the one used for time travel. It looks like a universe, a spiral galaxy basically, and we're in the normal arm of the spiral galaxy called the Milky Way. And there are many galaxies like ours, and there may be other Earth-like planets, but they may be light years away from us. So even at the speed of light, it would take them a long time to reach us if there are other life forms out there. I think there are, but that they haven't reached Earth yet. So you would need to be able to teleport, cloak, etc. Perhaps stick to the plan or whatever safety first. Some things are already worked out. But trust no one, nothing is what it seems. Test everything you learn. Recovery begins with non-compliance, etc. Transforming reactive to proactive behavior begets lasting fulfillment. Prof. Yoda Berg. This is also from the movie, I think, Steven Spielberg. I do love Steven Spielberg movies. Entertainment. No, it was sort of black box type of thing. Let's add scalar to the equation. The internet is time machine. Well, they are already reality manipulating with these ionospheric heaters, scalar weapons, some call them. The Tom Bearden website. What's this then? So this may all be intelligence. He might be former lieutenant colonel or whatever, focusing more on Russia than US, using or abusing this technology, I think. But it's a long time ago I read anything on chenier.org. So let's read this.
The Tom Bearden website, the priori machine and phase conjugation, a non-technical description of the priori process. In the 1960s and 1970s, in France, one priori built and tested electromagnetic healing machines of startling effectiveness. In hundreds and hundreds of rigorous tests with laboratory animals, priori's machine cured a wide variety of the most difficult kinds of terminal, fatal diseases known today. Funded by the French government in the amount of several $1 million, priori's machines concretely demonstrated a nearly 100% cure of all kinds of terminal cancers and leukemias, in thousands of rigorous laboratory tests with animals. These results were shown to medical scientists as early as 1960. Many of the experiments and tests were done by prestigious members of the French Academy of Sciences. Robert Courier, head of the biology section, and Secrétaire Perpétuel, personally introduced priori's astounding results to the French Academy. The operation of the priori machine was seemingly incomprehensible. Many orthodox French scientists, some of them world-renowned, were outraged at the success of such a machine, shrilling that science had nothing to do with black boxes. They loudly called upon the inventor to explain the mechanism utilized by his machine. But the inventor either wouldn't or couldn't explain the curative mechanism. Priori certainly knew how to build the machine and make it work. It is debatable to this day whether anyone, priori included, actually understood its principle of operation. Neither the French Academy nor Antoine Priori knew anything of phase conjugation at the time. In fact, the entire Western world knew nothing of phase conjugation in the 1960s when Priori was getting his finest results. At that time, Only the Soviets knew of time-reversed waves. Certainly Priori's machine was impressive. Into a tube containing a plasma of mercury and neon gas, a pulse 9.4 GHz wave modulated upon a carrier frequency of 17 MHz was introduced. These waves were produced by radio emitters and magnetrons in the presence of a 1000 Gauss magnetic field. Experimental animals were exposed to this magnetic field during irradiation, and the mixture of waves, some 17 or so, coming from the plasma tube and modulating and riding the magnetic field passed through the animals' bodies. Amongst other things, a plasma can convert a transverse wave to a longitudinal wave. Also, phase conjugate, time reversed, waves can be produced by plasmas. Priori's apparatus produced a scalar M wave signal with deliberately constructed, enfolded components including phase conjugate waves, one of Priori's intermediate devices. This device cured terminal cancers and leukemias in thousands of laboratory animals, courtesy Bob Whitney. One may roughly view a cancer cell as a normal human cell gone awry and out of control of the body's master cellular control system. The cancerous cells, viewed as a sort of separate, parasitic group of cells, form a special kind of organism having its own master cellular control system level. Phase conjugation, time reversal. Vacuum, space-time twin flows of time. Curved space-time and the disintegrated vacuum. AIDS, biological warfare.
AIDS was designed at Fort Detrick.
The Tom Bearden website. .chenier.org/books/ Fertilance, a briefing on Soviet scalar electromagnetic weapons, 2nd edition, updated to 2002 January 2003. Energy from the Vacuum, Concepts and Principles, September 2002.
So everything is energy. We are energy as well. And it means that I think we'll see that they will be able to convert matter into other types of matter and matter generator. So then gold will become quite common, basically. It will become will be devalued because of that. But perhaps they'd keep it secret if they have one, to maintain an advantage over the rest of the people, you know.
Analysis of Scalar, Electromagnetic Technology, 1990.
So the most recent book was produced November 2006 on the website. Ferdinand's thing might be most interesting. Let's see if there's anything in there about time travel. conspiracy. I think there is no conspiracy. And how time travel is possible, so you tell me how they do it then. Oh yeah, the HDR, that was that thing. I have to open the door. So I'm the lucky receiver of a package, doing a live unboxing of kitchenware. I don't know what's in it. I'm not guessing it. And if I'm precognitive, I should be able to know what's in it, of course. I've ordered this myself. It's pretty heavy. Well, let's just open it. Oh wow, yeah. It's a kilogram of matcha green tea. And I might find it better than the bio-organic eco green tea I bought in the Netherlands. So I've just received 2 500-gram packages of matcha tea made from organic green tea powder. Alright, awesome. Looking good. Smells a bit goes with the tape. It's plastic smell. So let's take it out and throw away the box first. But caduceus coils, well, I can turn this on. Time travel in the caduceus coil. 11798. Emanon Inventors Association. And the other one, that was on kilinet.com. And this one is paranormalis.com. Hyperdimensional resonator. Oh yeah, the HDR. Is that already proven to be a scam or hoax? Can also be a high definition display or whatever. My very own hyperdimensional resonator. Time travel claims and urban legends. Mystery of John Titor Hoax or Time Traveler, Pacific Standard, 2013. Scams and hoaxes. Common Paris scams. So what can you do with it if it would work? We were how to check it out. So isn't it just an electromagnetic field that makes the mechanical watch turn backwards? Can you also do it with a quartz watch, etc.? Okay, let's read this now. No comments.
My very own hyperdimensional resonator Jason Offutt, April 30th, 2013.
This is on mysteriousuniverse.org.
Facebook, Twitter, Google+. I own a time machine. This isn't something you hear every day, but it's true. I teach at a university, and one of the great things about the job, other than drinking beer with scientists, is that it's not only okay to own things like a time machine, it's somewhat expected. The scientist and I bought our time machine through a grant. Yes, you can get grants for this sort of thing. The hyperdimensional resonator. The hyperdimensional resonator. The reason for a university-sanctioned grant to buy a time machine actually makes some sort of sense. At the time of the purchase, I taught paranormal journalism, a class I'd designed for the sole purpose of showing young journalists how to cover paranormal-based news events with a straight face. If I hear the term little green men in a newscast about a UFO sighting just once more, I'm going to punch someone. I would use the machine in class and, hopefully, send a student off to 1897 for some serious extra credit. My friends in the Department of Chemistry and Physics were going to open the machine and write a paper on it. These were legitimate academic reasons for buying a time machine. It's not our fault the damn thing didn't work for us. The hyperdimensional resonator. In 1981, Stephen L. Gibbs, a farmer from Clearwater, Nebraska, received an interesting message from himself. This new Stephen L. Gibbs was apparently from another dimension, and he had a diagram for a time machine called the sonic resonator, which he gave to our dimension's Stephen L. Gibbs. After building and testing the device, R. Gibbs, who now lives in London, Kansas, improved upon the device and renamed it the hyperdimensional resonator, which he began to sell as a time machine, astral projection generator, and healing device. The inner workings of the hyperdimensional resonator, apparently purchased from Radio Shack. The inner workings of the hyperdimensional resonator, apparently purchased from Radio Shack. Patricia Griffin Ress, author of the book Dangerous Information, The Further Time Travel Experiments, Studies of Stephen L. Gibbs, met Gibbs in 1989. I happened to meet someone who says, "You should contact this guy," she said. She did, and invited Gibbs to bring his device to her home in Omaha, Nebraska. What she experienced made her realize there was something odd about the Gibbs device. When he turned it on, clouds formed in the room, and sparks danced around the chandelier. Although no one time traveled, the experience changed Ress's life. The next time she watched her favorite movie, Shane, something was wrong. Dialogue she'd memorized was altered or spoken by different characters. It was the same movie, but it wasn't. "It scared me to death," she said. "If you ask me to see the movie Shane, I'd say no thanks." She said she believes Gibbs' HDR unit somehow altered her reality. Testimonials from HDR users include trips to the past and future. Some travelers have claimed to return with objects from the past.
So let us know in the comments if you think it's real or fake, and if the Mandela effect is also real or fake.
But the objects have a short shelf life. If you have something from a different time frame, it disintegrates, Ress said. People using the HDR have reported going a few years into the future or past, being transported to Venezuela, dropped on board a UFO, and have been thrown into a parallel dimension. The key to this type of travel, according to Gibbs, is to activate the device over a place of great power, such as a ley line, or vortex. Trouble is, the Auto Club doesn't really show those on a map. This I'll be impressed for a man who's never studied physics, which, if he had, would have known science has yet to discover ley lines or interdimensional vortexes. You have a guy who in every way is an average farmer. Now all of a sudden there's this average farmer studying quantum physics, Ress said. This has all been very fascinating. I've reported on it and Steve asked me to write a book so he'd have something to sell when he's on TV, a user's story. I interviewed Ress twice, but I never got in contact with Gibbs. It's not like I didn't try. His mailing address, email address, and cell phone number are online. I emailed him about purchasing an HDR, wrote a physical letter to him, called and left messages. He never got back with me. Strange behavior for someone who knew I wanted to give him money. It gets even weirder. A friend and HDR user Craig Miller had no problem buying a unit from Gibbs. Miller made the time machine hand off to me in the parking lot of a convenience store in a small rural town. I got there early, so I bought some beer and a slice of pizza. Although radio interviews I'd heard of Gibbs HDR had intrigued me for a couple of years, Miller's stories are what made me want to try it. After purchasing his first HDR, Miller discovered this device doesn't work like time machines do in the movies. You have to use the HDR a lot, he said, to build up like a resonance. Miller thinks the device tunes the human body to a frequency where strange things happen. I've talked to other consistent users who have said it increases your psychic abilities and also makes you feel more spiritual, he said. The device, to the people he's spoken to, seems to work best over a place of great energy, just like Gibbs said. If we are going to give credence to these people's claims, what has to then occur is that after using the device enough, that it raises your personal frequency, and you use it over a natural earth vortex, then you are able to traverse the vortex to another reality or time. That doesn't seem to happen much with the HDR, but weird things still occur. Although Miller used the HDR often for a while, he doesn't use it anymore. It never sent him to another time. However, much like Ress and the movie Shane, Miller experienced something he can't explain. I used it one day, and nothing happened, he said. But soon after I got really tired, just out of the blue. So Miller took a nap, then the fun began. I had some strange dreams, and when I woke up, it was like I didn't know where I was. It took me a minute or two to get back to normal, he said. I'd never felt like that after a nap. It felt like I was almost in the wrong place somehow. It was a really strange feeling. He got up and walked into the kitchen. The night before, I had seen in the fridge a tub of peanut butter cookie dough, he said. My daughters were going to be home on the bus in like 45 minutes or so. I thought I would cook some cookies for their snack, and a nice snack for me, too. Miller opened the refrigerator and the cookie dough was gone. I had eaten a scoop from it the night before, so I know it was there, he said. And I had been in the fridge that morning and I swear that I saw the tub there that morning in the fridge, and this was after everyone else had left for the day. I was the only one home. I swear it was there, but after using the HDR, the dough was gone, a lot like the dialogue from Ress movie. I called my wife about it, and she was like, "What cookie dough? I don't remember any cookie dough in the fridge," Miller said. Okay, so did I jump realities somehow? Could be. A fellow HDR user warned Miller to focus on the details. He and Gibbs both told me to pay attention to everything in your house just before using the HDR and after, because I would start to notice either something missing after using the HDR, or that something new was there, Miller said. So, is this what explains the missing cookie dough? My experience. The hyperdimensional resonator is a small box with dials, ports for the time coil and electromagnet, and 3 small switches, to program it for time travel. Dial in the day, month and year desired, although there are only 2 dials and they both go to 10. I haven't figured that one out. The directions were confusing, and a bit frightening, typed in all caps on a typewriter. The directions indicate that as the user I must put a quartz crystal and some of my DNA into a hole called a witness well, spit, hair, but not blood. The instructions say blood brings demons, wrap a coiled electric cord around my head, place a strong electromagnet between my legs, and rub a finger on a flat plate on the front of the machine. This typewritten instruction manual and catalog describes how to use the HDR, and where you can buy related materials. It also contains valuable information, like how to avoid summoning demons. This typewritten instruction manual and catalog describes how to use the HDR, and where you can buy related materials. It also contains valuable information, like how to avoid summoning demons. I sat in my office chair rubbing my index finger in circles on this time machine that looks suspiciously like the one in the movie Napoleon Dynamite. As electricity whirled around my head, and the heavy electromagnet wedge between my legs hummed like it was alive, I realized 2 things. Vasectomies make a guy brave, and this isn't how Captain Kirk time traveling on Star Trek. Unfortunately, my patience level is that of a toddler and I didn't use the HDR with enough frequency to, well, change my frequency. I didn't travel in time, nor did I experience anything strange. I was a bit lightheaded after the first time I used it, though. Although Gibbs' HDR unit didn't work for me, it did something odd to my friend, and HDR users have reported many cases of physical travel. I don't know if it works, but I don't know if it doesn't. My scientist friends have the machine now. I just hope if they get it to work, they don't run into anything scary in the future, like zombies, or Morlocks. Tags Conspiracy HDR Ley Lines Morlocks Science Time Machine Time Travel Vortex. Jason Offutt is paranormal investigator, and author of several paranormal books such as What Lurks Beyond, Darkness Walks, Shadow People Among Us, Haunted Missouri, and Paranormal Missouri, and a teacher of journalism at Northwest Missouri State University. You can follow Jason on and join Plus Plus for $9 a month to access bonus podcasts and premium content. Learn more recent articles. The Men in Black in Today's World. More UFOs over Navy ships, this time in China. Strange real encounters with invisibility cloaked predator entities. Rocking chair with ties to Lorraine Warren is so haunted that the exhibit had to shut down. Sponsored stories recommended by related articles. Mutant daisies in Japan are not a good sign. Paul Seaburn, July 24, 2015. New device turns thoughts into speech. Nancy Lynn Schumann, June 1, 2016. UFOs visit storms in Moscow, Illinois and Delaware. Paul Seaburn, August 10, 2015. Another giant swastika spotted, this time near Roswell. Paul Seaburn, April 12, 2016. Like paranormal and time travel, take a moment to sign up and join the discussion. It's paranormalist.com/. Oprah time travel professor. Hyperdimensional resonator. What makes the HDR work? A. HDR uses a tensor coil or caduceus coil.
So I chose a picture of Einstein, I think. He claims to be a time travel professor. But Scientists claim E equals delta Tc squared is more accurate than E equals mc squared. Everything is relative or not.
Wilbert Brockhouse-Smith created the tensor coil during the 1950s while working on Project Magnet. This tensor coil, which Stephen Gibbs calls a Buffalo winding, creates the time warp when in presence of a high magnetic field. Smith created the new type of winding called a tensor coil or caduceus coil and found that it created scalar waves. For more information on the caduceus coil, see Time Travel and Caduceus Coils, January 17, 1998. The U.S. government may have used caduceus coils in its temporal transmission research project to effect time travel. Most of this technology is old Philadelphia experiment technology. The USS Eldridge used a pulse magnetic field to create its effect. HDR uses a strong pulse magnetic field. Stephen Gibbs' HDR incorporates this pulse magnetic as well as the caduceus coil to generate its effect. According to Stephen Gibbs, you must be over a grid point magnetic vortex in order to time travel. A vortex is a dimensional doorway, often an area of strange paranormal events such as ghosts and UFOs being sighted. The HDR uses the vortex, which is a magnetic anomaly, to punch a hole to the other realm. C. Detecting a grid point vortex using EMF detector. I can detect a vortex by using an EMF detector. These EMF.
So the principle of both of these coils, the caduceus coil and the SBB coil, is the same. It's Tesla's radiant wireless energy patent, basically the scalar technology. So this is about scalar waves. These are scalar waves that these coils produce.
Detectors are used by ghost hunters and other people interested in paranormal phenomena. Is there a connection between ghosts and time travel? I believe that there is, because an object that seems vaporous and semi-transparent is exactly what I would expect to see.
So you have to be careful to use healing frequencies, and basically you need an amplifier if you want to use these Dr. Rye frequencies. 528 Hertz is for healing DNA, for example. And somebody has to test these frequencies scientifically. Everything has its eigenfrequenz, its natural frequency.
If time travel were possible, cell sensor and EMF detector. Practical time travel. The Stephen Gibbs interview, by Mark Irvinsky. A version of this interview appeared in Strange Magazine 14, Spring, 1995. Letter from the Future, Mark Irvinsky. How did you get interested in time travel? Stephen Gibbs. Back in 1981 when ... I really can't figure out whether it was a joke or not ... I got a letter one day when I was up at Norfolk, and it was supposedly from my other self from the future. I wasn't sure if it was a joke or not, because there was just no way the letter could be written up so fast ... It was the first day I was there. I just went to the restroom for a few minutes after we got done playing a game, and I was just gone no longer than 3 or 4 minutes at the most, and when I got back, Brian Johnson said that somebody had dropped off a letter on top of this table that was signed to you. It was a full-length letter and it just made the hair curl on my back when I finished reading it. Well, I found out that I didn't send it when the date arrived, so evidently it might have been quite possible too that either the person I knew back then wrote the letter and knew what was going to happen to me in the future, or else my alternate double contacted me from an alternate future universe and decided to drop the letter off to me back on that date. I would imagine from the way the letter was written that it was from this guy back in '81, from the way it sounds. Because they knew ... believe it or not ... they knew what I was going to accomplish in the future. And how they knew that I had no idea. Brian Johnson wrote that letter because he knew I was going to write all those time travel reports and stuff, and he was trying to get me motivated, Successful time travel claimed. Stephen Gibbs. In 85 or 86 I was contacted by a guy from up in Fitchburg, Massachusetts who read one of my articles that I had published in the Journal of National Health and Parapsychology in Canada on time travel back in 83. Mike Arklinski got the article and placed it into one of his books called Time Travel Today. In 85, my instruction manual is included with every HDR unit that I sell, and Mike went and activated his HDR unit ... which is actually an improved version of the sonic resonator ... over a natural grid point up in Great Falls. He went physically back into 1945 and stayed there for 6 hours. And then, the second attempt he made to travel physically through time, he went back to the year 1895 and stayed there for something like 2 hours. And he visited some of the old saloons back in those days. He says it is nothing like what they say the Old West was in the movies, time cops, and he says, why not? And the other man says, well, if one tries it then they've all got to. And he says, well, how are you going to keep me from traveling through time? And Mark Irvinsky, who were the first time travelers who contacted you, Stephen Gibbs, they were ... 1. I don't know where he lives right now, he keeps switching locations ... and nobody knows where he originated from or anything. He went by the name of Jim Gerard. Now he claimed that he got his information from a guy who went by the name of Bruce Perot. Gray Barker put out various books years ago on the Philadelphia experiment. Some of Bruce Perot's letters appeared in them, especially with one manual titled Across the Dimensional Barrier or something like that. You could write to Bruce Perot and he could give you a schematic for what was supposedly a simplified version of the Philadelphia experiment. And basically the circuit is a simplified version of what they used on board the Elder chip, the hyperdimensional resonator. Mark Irvinsky. What is the most effective form of time travel machine? Stephen Gibbs. What I'm selling right now, when it's activated over a natural grid point like a larger major one, you can travel physically through time, and it's by far the most effective unit. That is the hyperdimensional resonator. I send out brochures showing an electromagnet that hooks up to it with the time coils. When that thing is activated over a natural grid point you will go physically, and I tell right in the instruction manual how to achieve it if a person wants to try experimenting in that area. Mike just followed the instructions that I included with each unit that I sell, and he achieved it ... When he started telling me that he had actually jumped physically through time, it was the first, should I say, documented proof that I had ... actual documented proof that the device could be used for physical time travel. But you see, the Greys don't want people to know this. The people that are working for the Greys don't want people to know about this. They told Mike that they were going to try to shut me up in the future ... to try to shut down my business. And they are going to try to shut down anybody who sells any information on the subject. We may have some problems in the near future trying to match wits against these sobs. Basically, if you find a power spot, practically any type of radionics machine that has sufficient amplification in it can be used for physical time travel ... provided it is activated over one of those power spot or grid areas. The only problem is that they might not be as safe as the HDR unit when using it. The reason why? There is sometimes a lot of negative energy that goes into the building of some of those radionic devices, and this can prove to be an extremely dangerous experience. The reason I say that is that I have built one version of a flux capacitor circuit that is revealed in one of my reports, and I had built something like 4 or 5 different versions of the flux capacitor and I tested out each one of them. I don't think that I would ever want to build one again, to be quite truthful with you about the whole situation, because there is something about them that is tuned right into the 4th dimension, and whenever I
So I think flux capacitor is from the movie Back to the Future as well, so that doesn't make me think, oh wow, then it's real or whatever.
build it and use it, something bad happens to me, like I'll either open up a doorway into the fourth dimension or, I was told by some other people that if I sent you some reports it could put my life into serious danger. At least that is what they said. They are trying to scare me or something into not revealing this stuff to other people. Time portals, sleeper implants and MIBs. Stephen Gibbs. It all began when I started traveling up to Canada to help these people activate a time portal, and it really made some people mad in the government and I had trouble getting through immigration. That was back on July 20th. We managed to activate the time portal, but it didn't remain activated for any length of time for the simple reason that we didn't have enough coils wrapped around the doggone thing, and it was built over a natural grid point. The artificial ones, well, you get results, but they are really kind of touchy. If you don't build them just quite right, you don't get any results. But it did activate a door and it did open up to a landscape, and then after about 5 minutes, it deactivated. Then it opened up again right when we were watching television up there, and it started creating interference with the TV set. And then something popped ... something came through that ... some sort of negative entity, which really scared the living daylights out of me. Mark Irvinsky. What did it look like? Stephen Gibbs. Well, I didn't see it ... You could hear it come into the house, and it really just ... Oh God. It scared me ... It was at night too. It just sounded like a bullet going right through the window, you know, Mike ... Michael Francis Mazurkiewicz, the guy that has been traveling physically through time with my unit, as I was telling you, got a sleeper implant placed in him. Mark Irvinsky. What is that? Stephen Gibbs. That is an implant that is placed in him by the MIBs, men in black, that are working for the Greys, and it activated just something like a little over a month ago, and now they're controlling his mind as well as his thoughts. They could have very well have cloned him too for all I know, cause he started acting funny after he got abducted by the MIBs in a visit to the year 1969, and that was his last jump that he made, part in the fifth dimension. Mark Irvinsky. Who else do you know who believes that they have time traveled? Stephen Gibbs. Gary Weir. The reason that he was transported was that his house was in California, and there are so doggone many grids up in the California area that anybody who activates one of my HDR units in California is pretty much going to travel physically through time whether they like it or not, except for maybe a few when they might be positioned in a place far from a grid. But in most cases though, the people who have bought units from me have been transported, and some of them haven't even gotten back, from what I've heard. And that's kind of the danger involved in physical time travel. Arklinsky wrote a book on the chronograph, but nobody knows where he is at present. He told me that the chronograph is now parked in the fifth dimension, and usually people who travel physically to the fifth dimension generally don't come back alive, because there are some beings in the fifth dimension that are really headstrong about somebody setting foot in the realm up there. I have a few books by Arklinsky, but I'm not at liberty to give them out or make copies of them. I was told by one person that if any of that stuff gets put into Strange magazine, it starts getting.
So one idea in relation to this about safety first is don't do it unless you can control the outcome. I would also wonder, can anybody control the outcome of anything? With 100% certainty it may be impossible, because everything is energy, so everything is possible. But okay, don't do anything that could be a risk to yourself or others, that's obvious. So I'm working with the smallest amount of energy possible, and first checking online if there are others that have reported that it's safe or unsafe, etc. Using the means we have at our disposal to do it in a responsible way, to make things better, not worse, for ourselves and others.
Pulled off the bookshelves. Mark Irvinsky. Who told you that? Stephen Gibbs. Mike ... Before he got abducted, he traveled into my future and he saw an event that was going to transpire in the month of January, where two people come up here who look like ordinary.
I think that it's not real, that it doesn't work that way, and you'd need tremendous amounts of energy to physically time travel. But that the principle may be real, basically.
Farm people, and they clunk me over the head and they send me something like 1 million years back into Earth's past, so I can't interfere anymore with these secret societies that are trying to take over the planet.
So what do you all think? Is the HDR that this article is about fake, or is it real?
And I asked him what is it that caused them to come here, and he said I think it is connected with Strange magazine.
So the question is it a real time machine? And does a real time machine exist? And also, what would the benefit be? Time travelers could travel back from the future to the past and give humanity new inventions, for example control of the factors that control aging. And if they have time travel technology themselves, they could experiment with this to create that perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally. And things may also go wrong, so then we should never give up and keep going in the right direction.
As soon as Strange puts out the articles on time travel, they soon get yanked off the shelves. It really peeves some people off in the government, and they start yanking it off the magazine shelves. You're dealing with some extremely powerful entities there, you know. Quartz watches will actually confirm how far you've jumped. This is confirmed in an experiment that I conducted where I went one day physically into Earth's future. I thought I went physically one day into Earth's future because my quartz watch indicated that it was a day ahead. After I woke up that morning, I thought that there was something wrong with my quartz watch, and then about 3 hours later it switched back to the previous date. Memories of the future? Mark Irvinsky, do you have any memories of the experience? Stephen Gibbs, it is really difficult to describe what you experience unless you have done it yourself. The biggest jump that I made which was a pretty radical jump was when I jumped over to another universe on April 7th of this year. I did this once before in 1986. This was a radical jump where I jumped from a positive universe to a negative one. On April 6th I conducted a series of experiments using the hyperdimensional resonator in connection with a barium oxide electromagnet. I gave myself a 3-minute treatment with the electromagnet, and I was hoping that I was going to go that day into the future, but apparently not, because nothing happened. But around 6:30 in the morning, after I came downstairs, the time field finally kicked in, and all of a sudden all of the phones in the house started dialing by themselves. You know that clicking noise that you hear when someone dials a phone on another extension? Well, nobody was in the house and they all went off at once, and then all of a sudden all the phones started ringing at once. Mark Irvinsky, since you and your associates believe that you have time traveled into the future.
Well, how Matrix, of course they can make it all up, but they do perhaps have some Alex callback system, they call it, according to possible controller position Fritz Springmeier. So they can have people call you that want to sell something and other stuff, and it's all part of the global mind control network, synthetic telepathy, reality, and the future. That's what it's about. Using this technology to increase safety, but also the amount of freedom we have. With the AIs and robots, etc. And neural networks, so-called supercomputers. Mark the beast by some.
Perhaps you could tell us what mankind has to look forward to, Stephen Gibbs. When they sent some scientists from the Montauk Project into Earth's future, they hit a barrier in the year 2012. When they tried to go past the barrier from 2012 to 2013, they couldn't go through the barrier. They could only go around it, but after they went around it they found that all life on this planet had been wiped out. Everything. Cities were all in ruins and there was no life found anywhere. At least they couldn't find any. They concluded that everything had been wiped out.
But perhaps the matter generator was created in time and they just cloned our planet, so it's like nothing happened.
Edward Leeds Cullinan and levitation, also time travel, teleportation, and how they all work.
Well, of course, if people have selective time travel capability, then they could use it to invest on Wall Street and make a fortune, and they'd know about future events, when and what will happen. So that would be an enormous advantage over the rest of humanity. And it could be used to accumulate wealth. So it's possible the richest people on our planet have this sort of thing, not the poor people.
Time King, posted on August 21, 2012 at 7:36 p.m. Link: I wanted to know what you guys thought of my ramblings on Leeds Cullinan. Let me give you a little bit of background because I reference an unposted article of mine. Time travel and teleportation are easy. Basically, in that article, which will be posted in the next 2 days, I say that time travel and teleportation are the same thing. Time travel is simply teleportation to another timeline or a dimension. Teleportation.
So could it be that the amount of billionaires is increasing because this technology got out and others got their hands on it? Or is there some other reason?
And time travel require 3 things. 1. Electromagnetic field. 2. Scalar waves. 3. Resonation. As noted below, levitation is done with only an electromagnetic field and resonation, no scalar waves. The scalar waves are intimately connected with time and space. The resonation is the major component. By tuning the frequency and pulse rate you decide time travel and teleportation destination. I came to this conclusion on time travel and teleportation through my intimate understanding of Leeds Cullinan's magnetic current book, Stephen Gibbs' Hyperdimensional Resonator. Yes, I am actually bringing that up. And Modus Cars spacecraft the OTK-X1, constructive feedback welcome. Edit on August 21, 2012 by Time King because, no reason given. Edit on August 21, 2012 by Time King because, no reason given. Mod note, ATS terms and conditions of use, please review this link. Edit on August 21, 2012 by Jota789 because, no reason given. Light Assassin, posted on August 21, 2012, it works just like it says. The Utron is basically 2 ice cream cones stuck together with a sheet between them, and the angles must be 90 degrees. This helps create the opposing vortexes of energy. Attach the Tesla coil to the Utron for a high electrostatic potential. The tuning circuit is extremely basic. The receiving coil is a caduceus coil, and should be made to receive a 7.23 cm wave at 7.86 MHz, Earth's resonating frequency. This noise received through inductance from the caduceus coil, which contains scalar waves, is made to resonate within the circuit. These resonating scalar waves are pulsed out of the transmitting coil, which should also be 7.23 cm long. That was kind of a ramble. Any questions?
Well, is there any evidence of any person really time traveling? And And if the technology is in the hands of the government, then they might want to keep it secret, so then it's hard to find out, perhaps. I've seen these pictures of lookalikes, but it doesn't prove that it's the same person. Possible lookalikes, I mean. Well, that book by Ingersoll Lockwood, for example, Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. And it practically has the address of the Trump Tower in it and stuff. And there may be another book of Ingersoll Lockwood. That's interesting. Another title that I didn't mention yet. I'd have to Google it. But I know time travel is possible, so for me it's not about that question. I'm not trying to prove that. I'm just studying this a little bit to find out if it could be used to create that perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally. And what they already know about time travel, because I know it's possible. So there must be something online about this stuff, I guess. But there may be things they keep secret and offline in reality. So some answers cannot be found online, in theory. (1830). So I don't know if physical time travel is possible. But I would think it must be if it's possible to see the future, basically, whether it's our brain's capability or some neural network. We are electronic beings, so people can do self-hypnosis to perfect their personality and make sure no one else can hypnotize you without your written permission. And I think both people or supposed entities in your brain are both working for the same people. But I'm not sure of this. It's totally possible that the person that tortured me, that did dental torture, etc., that's a Dutch person, and the other voice is also Dutch, and usually I don't hear them. And it can also be my ventilator, basically. I have several vents on, and that can sometimes create a sound that seems like a voice, basically. So the precognitive visions are not voices, they're just dreams, you could argue. And I think there might not be sound with them, it's just only visual. So why would anybody want to time travel anyway? And levitation is also possible. Man-made saucers exist, of course. So basically that caduceus is a symbol of medicine. Esculapis. And it may have to do with the fact that all these organisms, including diseases, have their own mortal oscillatory rate frequency of Dr. Rife. And people test it with the microscope. You can also see videos of that on YouTube. So yeah, that's a scientifically proven fact. It's nothing new. So that means that with this Esculapis, with this caduceus coil, you have the cure for all diseases. You only need to know the eigenfrequenz or mortal oscillatory rate frequency of the organism that you want to get rid of. And there are also cure-all Rife frequencies. 10,000 Hertz, 5,727, and a number of others. Also called a bifilar pancake coil. So yeah, we can also wonder about the dangers of this technology, and should there be new laws, or are there codified laws already govern it? In principle, there are. If you kill something or someone with your device, then you're responsible for that, even if you do it by accident. Or if you damage people in some other way, they can sue you and press charges, basically. They should be able to, but police and others are also controlled with this remote torture technology, including judges making a fair trial impossible, like I've made clear in my previous broadcasts already. Well, we can read this one. Perhaps this is interesting, but I doubt it. Is this about HDR again? Well, I can read it.
Time Travel in the Caduceus Coil, January 17, 1998 from Humane and Inventors Association to Jerry Dicker. Subject, high date, wed, January 14, 1998 5:53 and 51 seconds 0800. Hi Jerry, I wrote up some material I think you might be interested in. If you feel like putting it up on your website, knock yourself out. It goes along with the original time travel story I sent you months ago. I believe this new material explains what really happened to my friend. It also might explain, in part, how the supposed US government's Temporal Transmission Research Project time travel equipment functions. The TTRP is, as I mentioned, a supposed time travel research project. The following is, as Paul Harvey would weigh, the rest of the story, a little history about the Caduceus coil, aka the tensor coil, its main proponent and inventor, Wilbert Brockhouse Smith developed this coil sometime during the 1950s. Smith died in 1961. Originally, Dr. Smith was involved in the top-secret program Project Magnet. This project, allegedly, was a government-sponsored program to produce an aircraft which operated on the same propulsion, flight principles of UFOs. Officially, at some point, the program was terminated. At some point, concurrently, Smith was tinkering around with new styles of coil windings. It was during this period of time when he developed the caduceus coil. The coil is said to produce electromagnetic waves which travel parallel to the coil windings. This violates electromagnetic convention, as the standard rule for creating electromagnetism is that the waves are produced perpendicularly, with respect to the coil windings. Also, supposedly, a caduceus coil transmits these electromagnetic waves at superluminal velocities, that is, at faster than light speeds. It is interesting to note that, last year, a Canadian scientist was credited with sending a radio broadcast using radio-like waves which were traveling faster than the speed of light. Smith claimed that timepieces, which were within the caduceus coil's region of greatest magnetic field flux density, measured time at a different rate and direction of time flow than other timepieces which were outside of the coil's magnetic field influence. The caduceus, tensor coil, with proper frequency, voltage, supposedly creates scalar electromagnetic waves that travel at superluminal velocities, that is, faster than light speeds. As an electronics engineer, there is one thing that comes to mind regarding this. When an electromagnetic field is created, anything within the densest portion of that field tends to take on the same potential, polarity, frequency, and velocity of that field. This applies both to life forms and inanimate objects. Some people refer to an object's, or life form's, energy as its aura, electromagnetic field, or Coulomb field. In fact, there is a seldom known, little used, formula known as the Johnson effect which can be used to ascertain the power levels of an object's, or life form's, electromagnetic field. The reason it was discarded is because it leans towards inaccuracy at frequencies above the Earth's magnetic field frequency, about 7.8 Hz. With respect to what I've mentioned, I believe Einstein's theory of relativity states that if an electromagnetic wave were to, somehow, be propagated at velocities beyond the speed of light, then that wave would move backward in time. Or, more specifically stated, that the universe's time would start going backward relative to the time experienced by the wave, which, if a wave could have consciousness, would experience a normal, forward, progressive time. I believe this is what happened to my friend when he was operating his machine. By the way, he was wearing a digital watch when this happened, the first time. However, the static charge he experienced blew the digital timer circuitry inside the watch. What is really bizarre is I read a story out of the Weekly World News, of all places, that stated the US government was involved in a project called the Temporal Transmission Research Project. The story stated that they place an object inside a hollow aluminum tube and then subject the tube to a high-frequency electromagnetic field that travels faster than light. In this fashion, supposedly, the tube, and internal contents, are supposed to be able to travel into the past. We all know that aluminum is a great conductor of electricity. The interesting analogy between that story, and my friend's experience, is that his coils were hollow, were producing extremely high frequencies, and, I believe, were functioning as a caduceus, or tensor, coil. The WWN story also stated that a government scientist had volunteered to go back to the year 1918, remain for 25 minutes of subjective time, then return. They go on to say that he went, but never returned. Continuing, they said that the project members then decided to look over old publications, from 1918, looking for clues as to what happened. After about 2 months of searching, they contend, they found an old microfiche copy of a now-defunct police journal which had a very strange article in it. In the article, it shows what appears to be, in a picture, a metal tube about 2 feet long and containing the crushed remains of a man. Also, in the picture, is what looks like a cellular phone, lying on the ground, about 1 to 2 feet away. There was a caption below the picture, but I vaguely remember what it said. I was more interested in the picture. The reason I was so interested in the picture is because of something I noticed about it. I've been working in dark rooms, and with cameras, for more than 30 years, and what I saw blew me away. The picture was taken at night and shows the tube, the cellular phone. If that's what it was, suppose it was a recall device to allow the man to get back to his own time? Some police officers, in old-style uniforms, some old-style police cars, and, in the background, a row of spectators. The thing that aroused my interest in the picture is that these spectators looked as if they were a good 60 to 80 feet from the camera. You see, the modern electronic flash, even the ones with the biggest xenon flash lamps, can't illuminate, in darkness, more than about 40 to 45 feet at the maximum. In the old days, the pressed 25 inches flash bulbs, on the other hand, were able to illuminate, in darkness, well up to 80 to 85 feet or so. So, it is my contention that most of the picture is genuine, that is, taken in 1918. I don't know about the tube and the cellular phone though. I can tell you, though, if the picture is a composite, the tube and cellular phone being pasted into the picture, whoever did it was a master of special effects, trick photography. I don't know if the Weekly World News would have that kind of money, as those type of imagery artists are damned expensive to hire. Also, in the picture, I noticed several blades of grass that appeared in front of not only the cellular phone, but the metal tube as well. I believe my friend's coils were functioning as a caduceus. Vanguard Sciences, Keely Net comments. Some might snicker at quoting the Weekly World News as a source, however, every now and then the tabloids will mention something interesting that can be checked. I know, because about 4 years ago, a few paragraphs were printed in the Globe newspaper about a fellow who had figured out how to make things invisible. I called the Globe and asked for the fellow's name and address. They refused to provide verbally but said their policy for follow-up requests must be made by mail. So, I sent them a letter with the story name, the page and issue. Within about a week, I received the name of the inventor, his phone number and address. I called and we spoke for a couple of hours. Fascinating theory that he got from Star Trek's cloaking device. He pursued it and now has a company listed on the web, Project Chameleo, cloaking device, November 14, 1997. Return to time index page. Ladbible.com. Time traveler claims that British government will release time travel technology soon. Claire Reid and Community. The self-professed time traveler who claims he worked for the British government has said that technology will be readily available and released to the public in 10 years' time. William Taylor said he worked for the British Intelligence Service in the early 2000s and, as one of his operations, was sent forward into the future where he claims we've finally reached a utopia, with no illness, death or crime. Sadly, if you're now thinking that's a bit of me, I can't wait, then I have bad news. As Taylor says, all humans are gone and we've been replaced with hybrid robot humans. Speaking to Apex TV, Taylor says that the British government is in possession of advanced technologies they're keeping secret from the public. However, in 2028 some of these technologies will be made public, so not too long to wait. He also said he'd been sent to the year 3000, but he didn't confirm or deny Busted's theory about not much changing except us living underwater. Speaking to Apex TV, he said, "It's time to finally come clean, it's time to tell the public the truth. It's time to tell you, whoever is out there watching, the truth. I used to work for the British government." Credit, Apex TV. Credit, Apex TV. "I am extremely regretful for not telling my family what I did. I have been living a lie for quite some time now. There are many advanced technologies being kept secret from you. Please understand that they are going to come after me for making this video. I'm putting myself at great risk for telling you the truth." Taylor goes on to say that it's not only time travel that exists, but also the possibility to pass between universes. He says he was placed in a small machine in the early 2000s and awoke in 3000. He said the smog-filled city had no one around at ground level, but transportation was flying overhead. He says that the reason the technology was developed was an attempt to deal with various extraterrestrial cover-ups the government has had kept hidden across the years. Vijayfi. As part of his final mission, Taylor says he was sent to the year 8973 where he got speaking to a group of people who looked different, tall, skinny with big heads and big eyes. These people, he says, were completely unbothered by the fact he was time traveler and later explained to him that they weren't actually humans at all, but robo-human hybrids who live forever. Sounds awful. Naturally, many people have called Taylor out over his claims, but he seems quite adamant. so I guess we'll have to wait until 2028 to see, a featured image credit, Apex TV. Listverse.com. 10 people who claim to have traveled to the future. Oliver Taylor, July 7, 2018. While the possibility of time travel remains debatable, we have had people who've claimed to have traveled to the past, the future, or even parallel universes. One common argument against time travel to the past deals with the possibility of altering the past.
So I don't want to debate whether time travel is possible, but I'm willing to do a debate about whether it's done with a neural network or people's own psychic capability when they have precognitive visions and can foretell the future, etc. accurately and correctly. But people can also scam and hoax people with this. Of course, you can change the date on files, etc. with programs, with software, and it would have to be a real YouTube video produced before World War III, basically. Otherwise, no one would believe you.
If you travel back in time and kill your parents,
well, probably it's erased by the EMP.
what happens to you? Did you die off, just disappear, or what? Claims of time travel to the future are more realistic and believable, since the future is unknown. Some who claim to have traveled to the future even offer predictions to back up their stories. These predictions could be all they need to validate their time travel claims. Should their prognostications come true, even when they don't, the time travelers could argue that they averted the event or made us avert it simply by telling us.
At this point, I cannot prove nor disprove that any of these stories of physical time travel of humans, that that's possible. I doubt it, but on the other hand, I'd argue it must be, if it is possible for a neural network to show us the future as seen through a camera or a person's eyes with synthetic telepathy technology and the neural network. So I have an open mind. So let's listen. If I would be capable of time traveling, perhaps I'm just gonna think about it in the bathroom while I keep this picture show on. The other one, maybe more healing. And think about what would I do if I could time travel. Well, one thing is, of course, medical breakthroughs that have been made by that time. Take some technology with me if possible. That would also prove that I really visited the future. So they'd have to travel back and forth to tell us about it, basically. And it may be hard to do. Perhaps it's not impossible, but perhaps it's still impossible. So perhaps all of these stories are fake. If they've seen the future and they've foretold things correctly, that's possible. But people that have really physically time traveled may still be impossible and may forever be impossible even, but that's based on the fact that I've had the precognitive visions. I think that it will at some time probably become possible to physically time travel as well. And if it is already possible, what laws govern this, basically? For example, somebody investing in Wall Street with foreknowledge. There was a time traveler also arrested, I think, in relation to that. I'm not sure. But you can all Google, and everything we read can be a lie. It can also be the truth.
John Titor photo credit. The Telegraph on November 2, 2000, John Titor posted a message on an internet forum claiming to be a time traveler from 2036. Titor claimed he had traveled to 1975 to pick up an IBM 5100 computer and only stopped by in the year 2000 over what he called personal reasons. To prove he was a real time traveler, Titor added pictures of his time machine and said it was made by General Electric. Titor claimed.
But I want to do my experiment thing in the bathroom about what would I do if I could time travel. So I leave the mic on. Perhaps I could even shout from the bathroom, and I turn on the picture show and I get back, then I will turn the picture show off again. So I bought this for €2 for Ranti Ombre Classic Eau de Toilette. It's really not that bad, with a nice bottle and everything. It's a bit Davidoff cool waterish, perhaps. Perhaps it's even better. decided to wash my hands so I can have some cashew nuts as well. And in the kitchen, when going back, I heard something fall on the laminated floor, and it was a little stone. It was probably on one of my slippers. But where could that have come from, basically? But I thought in the bathroom that traveling into the future makes sense. And I'd only do it if I'd be certain that I could come back to 2019, basically. And perhaps in our future they will have cures for diseases and new technology to do surgery without actually cutting people. We could have more movies with ideas like that. To stimulate inventors and progress. Towards a perfect society in which we all live happily eternally. Taking a shortcut by avoiding a world war, which would take a lot of money and people, including scientists, away. And practically no one has a Tesla plasma shield to protect their brain wave and their body. So who knows how much the time-traveling neural network is already influencing this reality, controlling people. And what about the subconscious? Could it control that? Is the subconscious even real? Well, it's clear they have remotely controlled insects of DARPA. Though they might not admit to synthetic telepathy capability. To having that that, or processing the technology as described in the Maleg patent. That's so cashew, that picture. It's nice. I like that one also. So the meek shall inherit the earth could also be interpreted like of course it may be total BS, but that after that war the people that are left will be meek. And the earth will be theirs. Not of the people that have died in the World War. Which may never happen, of course. It might never be a third World War. So it would be cool if the time travelers could let me know something that will happen in the future that I can mention in this live broadcast on YouTube in 2019, supposedly. Today is, well, perhaps I should keep a secret, I already saw it. But you don't know if it's 4-6 or 6-4. Well, if you're smart, then you probably know what time I'm in. So yeah, people that are murderers can still start saving lives if they want to take part in the world to come, etc. So we're thinking about a perfect society in which we all will have happily eternally. Sort of paradise on earth, or Maba, whatever you want to call it. Basically, for that to have a positive value, I think you need to reward the righteous and punish the wicked to a certain extent. And serial killers that have killed lots of people that might want to blow up the planet or let everything disappear shouldn't get a lot of power or access to the things that we will have access to in the time of the Messiah, the fake cancer scaler or Armageddon Mashiach. Miss I-A H. I'm burning some Palo Santo wood, just because it feels good, preventing that next ice age. So yeah, I want you all to burn the Quran, burn the Talmud, burn the Bible, to prevent the next ice age, but do it on YouTube, okay? Set the right example. Lead by example or something. So yeah, we were reading about 10 people who claim to have traveled to the future. Alrighty then. John Titor. Okay. Listverse.com.
That a civil war started in the US in 2004 and evolved into a nuclear war with Russia, leaving millions of people dead. He was part of a military unit that had traveled to the past to retrieve crucial items necessary for the survival of humanity. He had been tasked with retrieving an IBM 5100 computer to debug a machine used in 2036. Besides warning of a civil war, Titor predicted there would be no Olympics in 2004 and that the West would collapse in 2005. The same year would see an outbreak of mad cow disease, and whoever was president would attempt to emulate Abraham Lincoln. Titor offered to take some people to the future, but just like his predictions, that never happened because he suddenly disappeared in March 2001. In 2009, John Hugston of Hoax Hunter speculated that Titor was actually brothers Larry and John Rickaber. However, some believe Titor was real and must have averted the Civil War by indirectly warning the US government when he dropped by in 2000. Besides, Titor already mentioned that by traveling into the past, he had created a world line and altered history. In fact, he claimed to have witnessed certain alterations to history, like an opposing team winning a football match instead of the team that had originally won it. 19 Andrew Basiago photo credit. Vice Andrew Basiago is a Seattle lawyer and another time travel claimant. Not only does he claim to have traveled to the future, but he also says he's traveled to the past and Mars. Basiago claims he went to Mars in 1981 alongside a teenage Barack Obama and William Stillings, who were involved in a Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, effort to create a time machine. Basiago claims the project, which was codenamed Pegasus, was active between 1968 and 1972 and led to the creation of a real-time machine. Basiago says he used the machine to travel to the year 1863, where he listened to one of Abraham Lincoln's speeches, and the year 2054. He added that the US government frequently used the machine to deploy military units to alter the past and future as it deemed fit. Unlike other time travelers, Basiago failed to provide us with some predictions about the future, except that he will become president between 2016 and 2028. Some did not believe Basiago's claims of interplanetary and temporal travel, since they whole could have been a ploy to create awareness for a book he was writing at that time. On the other hand, the book could be a further revelation of his claims, that is, if they are true. 2. 8 Bryant Johnson photo credit. Casper Police Department in 2017, police officers in Casper, Wyoming, were called to deal with a drunk man roaming the streets. The man turned out to be Bryant Johnson, who claimed he was a time traveler from 2048. Johnson stated that he had traveled to 2017 to warn us of an alien invasion that was supposed to happen in 2018. He said he originally intended to travel to 2018 but arrived 1 year earlier because the aliens got him drunk. He even demanded to speak with the president of the town to warn him of the impending invasion. Johnson's time travel claim was clearly an excuse to avoid a public drunkenness charge. Officers did not fall for it and promptly arrested him. They revealed he was so drunk that his eyes were bloodshot, and he could not talk properly. 3/7 Noah photo credit, Apex TV, YouTube. Noah claims to be from the year 2030.
Well, of course this proves he's telling the truth. The aliens got him drunk with the cancer-causing killer alcohol, which often contains chemicals and they're not listed on the ingredients list. So it was done strategically, so I would warn you all in this broadcast, this phenomenal YouTube video, which you all can share on your timeline, and of course like and subscribe to create that perfect society. So some of these could be real, but this one I think is fake, of course. Alcohol story, but okay, there's no proof to prove it one way or the other, perhaps, I don't know. But I doubt if aliens ever reached our planet. If you have any evidence that proves it, beyond any reasonable doubt, let us know in the comments. And the Roswell aliens are fake. They've admitted that it was a hoax, a scam. And I think that's good when people admit that, because it's possible that there are other life forms in our universe, and that some people with alien masks on might also have kidnapped people, etc. So that's where does it become reality, etc. The Twilight Zone.
In a video posted on YouTube, he claimed artificial intelligence had taken over, Bitcoin was an acceptable currency, and climate change had heated North America and cooled Europe. He added that electric cars were more reliable and that humans were already traveling to Mars and had found cures for certain cancers. The weirdest of his predictions dealt with President Donald Trump. Noah said that Trump changed his name to Elon Mikey after winning the 2020 election. Noah's claims remain in doubt since he provided no evidence to back up what he'd said. He claimed he could not provide any because of a paradox that will not make people believe him. Anyway, he followed up his initial video with another one in which he supposedly took a lie detector test to confirm he was telling the truth. We say supposedly because the machine was not visible in the video. Noah could not be identified from the footage, since his face was blurred and his voice altered. His videos were posted on Apex TV, a YouTube channel known to feature people with questionable time travel claims. 4/6 William Taylor photo credit, Beyond Reality News. William Taylor claimed to have traveled from 2005 to 3000 and finally 8973 before returning back to the present. He claimed to work for the British intelligence agency and to have been sent to the future as part of a time-traveling experiment the agency had been working on since 1981. He first journeyed to the year 3000, when humans no longer walked on the ground but instead moved around in flying vehicles. He later traveled to year 8973, where disease, death, war, and crime are non-existent. All humans are tall and slim with big heads and eyes and live peacefully with robots and cyborgs. Taylor hinted that time travel seemed to be normal in the future, since no one was surprised when he mentioned he was a time traveler. In fact, he claimed to have met another time traveler from 2055. Taylor also provided us with some insights into the British government's alleged time travel project. He said the machine doesn't just allow humans to travel through time but also to parallel universes. He added that other governments also have their own time travel projects, but they all keep them under wraps. However, the British government will unveil its own to the world in 2028.
Well, wouldn't it be likely that he'd stay in the best time period that he found, basically, if you can travel anywhere? But perhaps they control where he goes, and they have strict rules about this.
5 Bella photo credit, top 5's finest. YouTube. Bella is an Albanian lady who claimed to have traveled to the year 3800. She even added evidence, a selfie she supposedly took in the future. Bella claimed she was able to go to the future with the help of a Belarus physicist called Alexander Kozlov. She says the process of traveling through time is not as cool as we think. Everything turned black while she traveled, and whatever she used to journey to the future passed very high voltage through her body. Bella claimed the future was not cool, either. Everything we know has been completely destroyed, with robots ruling over man. Everywhere she looked, she saw rubble, robots, and dead people. Bella even claimed to have encountered one of the killer robots. It was huge and capable of talking and making facial expressions. It asked her where she came from, but she did not answer. Many people criticized Bella's claims over several irregularities. She said she took several pictures, so she should have provided more photographs as evidence instead of just one. Even the picture she did show was questionable, even though there were futuristic-looking buildings in the background. Besides, her lipstick somehow remained perfectly applied, something that should not have been possible, considering the chaos. 6-4 unidentified man. An unnamed man from Siberia has said he traveled to the year 4040. The man claimed to have worked in a physics lab, where he and another scientist collaborated to build a time machine. He tested the machine and found himself in the year 4040, when half of the world's population was dead while robots held sway. The man added that the groundwork for the destruction of humanity was laid in 2458, when humans contacted some aliens.
Well, of course, the robot army is real. Project Source, it's the Talon robot army, these little mini tanks. And drones are real. And so is Blue Force Situational Awareness, BFSA, home quarantining people, and then if they want to go out to get some food, the robots or the drones will shoot them if they don't carry a yellow transponder. So that's basically the BFSA in a nutshell, targeting innocent civilians as if they were enemy combatants, etc. So people can Google BFSA if you don't know yet. Blue Force Situational Awareness.
From another galaxy, the aliens live longer than humans, between 400 and 450 years on the average, but had just come out of a disastrous war that left only 200,000 survivors. They migrated to Earth in 2460. Humans experienced rapid development after the arrival of the aliens. Healthcare improved, and humans were living up to 200 years. In 3213, humans and aliens collaborated to create artificial intelligence. They built a very large computer that was half the size of Europe and put it in the Pacific Ocean. The computer controlled every other robot and electronic device on Earth. The computer soon overtook humans in intelligence and turned the robots against the humans and aliens. Both engaged in a war with the robots until the year 4040, by which time half of the world's human population was dead. The unnamed man ended his time travel story by warning us about the dangers of artificial intelligence. He said it was a disaster waiting to happen. 7-3 Håkan Nordqvist photo credit. YouTube. Håkan Nordqvist is a Swedish man who claimed to have traveled to the year 2042. Unlike the other time travelers we've mentioned, Håkan did not use a time machine and only got to the future by accident. Håkan says it all happened on August 30, 2006, when he entered his kitchen to find his sink leaking. He opened the cabinet under the sink to repair the leak but could not find it. He reached into the cabinet, only to find himself in the year 2042. Håkan claimed he met the 72-year-old version of himself in the future. The two of them even had the same tattoo. To confirm the 72-year-old man was truly him, Håkan asked him some personal questions, and he answered correctly. To make the whole thing believable, Håkan provided a very short video of his meeting with the 72-year-old version of himself. A2 Andrew Carlson photo credit. Varchev Financial Services. On March 19, 2003, Yahoo! News reported the arrest of one Andrew Carlson by the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, for insider trading. Andrew Carlson had successfully traded 126 high-risk stocks, turning an investment of $800 into over $350 million in just 2 weeks. During a financial crisis when other investors were losing money, there was only one way that could have been possible: insider trading. Carlson denied participating in insider trading. He reportedly claimed he was a time traveler from the
So that statement is not true, of course. People can turn $800 into $1 trillion, theoretically. Chances of it happening are minute, but they are not non-existent.
The year 2256, but teleported himself back to 2003 to trade in stocks. He said everyone in the future knew about the stock market failure of 2003, and he only returned to see if he could make some quick cash. He never revealed the location of his time machine but promised to divulge certain information, including the location of Osama bin Laden and how to get the cure for AIDS, on the condition that the SEC left him alone. The SEC found Carlson's claims hilarious. Curiously, there was allegedly no prior record of Carlson existing anywhere on Earth before December 2002. Carlson was supposedly charged but mysteriously disappeared before appearing in court. No one has heard of him ever since. Maybe he returned to the future, or perhaps, as many believe, the whole story was a hoax. A big mark against the story is that Yahoo! News was essentially reblogging an article from Weekly World News, a tabloid known for its positively ridiculous claims. Michael Phillips claims to be from the year 2070 and to have traveled back to 2018 to avert a war that will be fought in 2019. This conflict, which will become World War III, will be so deadly that World War Z and II will seem like child's play. Phillips says his mission is to stop the war before it starts. The basis of the war will occur late this year, when North Korea will attempt to launch a nuclear weapon at the US. The US will respond with 2 cruise missiles, and the war will quickly evolve into a nuclear conflict involving several enemy nations trying to nuke themselves into extinction. Phillips also provided us with some information about 9/11. He says it was caused by another time traveler we've already mentioned, John Titor. Titor traveled to 2000 to lay plans for the 9/11 attacks. The idea was to create an event that will unify the US and avert that civil war that should have happened in 2004, or 2008, as Phillips tells it. Besides informing us about the averted civil war and predicting World War III, Phillips also made more predictions for the future. He said Trump will win the 2020 election, and Elon Musk will build the first spacecraft to transport humans to Mars in 2025. Humans will be living on Mars by 2032. Of course, Phillips's prediction about Mars contradicts Spaziago's claim of humans traveling to Mars in the 1960s.
So I'm not finding a picture of this Michael Phillips, but I'm finding YouTube videos, so perhaps it's just the cover for Trump's Third Temple World War or something like that. And it could be, well, the idea that I have is that they're gonna transport that cancer oil, and Trump has forbidden that, so perhaps they're gonna take out one of their vessels, etc. And if they've planned this world war, then they're not gonna make an agreement with Putin about this before it happens, so that it can't happen anymore. So I think that this one's also fake, that North Korea wouldn't be stupid enough to start mutually assured destruction, nuclear world war, and everything that goes with that. And that many people would think they're too insignificant to start a world war over. that it can't happen for that reason. So I think there are a lot more World War III predictions that think it will happen over Iran. And we've been seeing these videos for years, so now, well, supposedly World War III is not in the top 100 of search subjects anymore for YouTube nor for Google, according to the lists that I've covered in my previous broadcasts. And that's weird, or not. So why would I believe that list? And perhaps mainstream media could do more about also giving us proof, things that also things that make it extremely likely that they're telling the truth, to back up their stories. Because even Trump claimed that they are fake news, CNN is fake news, etc. And they are basically, or they were, the mainstream media news broadcasting company, like the BBC, CNN. Now you have more Fox News, and well, it's still mainstream media anyway. Some call it faux news. World War III will happen this time. Cambridge News. Cambridge.co.uk. Well, if they just made it up, what effect would it have, basically? Releasing time travel technology. An intelligence agency that have Semper Occultus as their motto, keep things secret, I think are not likely to reveal the time travel technology they have, if they have any. But that's just an idea. So whatever is best for humanity, for a timeline, for the future, what is required to survive this reality we're in, has to be achieved, released, and progress must be realized, or death is inevitable. For all organisms, not just humans. But it may be better to meditate on life force and healing things. theory, things can always get better or get worse. NSA time travel is one, and the other search I want to do is time travel saucers. A manual of practical teleportation and time travel. Well, if I could do that safely, then probably I would travel to the future. 'So this might be a book that's available for people to read. I don't know if I can just read something in my broadcast. But everybody can visit this also with via Google. Is this the whole thing? The Time Travel Handbook, a manual of practical teleportation and time travel. Fundamentals. Page 211, there is no page 211, or is there? Patterns and diagrams. Perhaps this is only an excerpt or something. Yeah, Probably it's an excerpt. So the question is also how these scalar waves influence our environment. Okay, people can read it online as well. Flying saucers to mind control. I think that's nonsense. Lifescience.com.
A secret history. Government and military secrets can range from terrifying to amusing to downright absurd, but most are nothing short of intriguing. From a secret U.S. Air Force project to build a supersonic flying saucer to a now famous World War II-era research program that produced the first atomic bombs to a plan to train domesticated cats to spy on the Soviet Union, here are 22 declassified military and CIA secrets. 2 of 45 Project 1794 credit, National Archives Project 1794. In late 2012, the U.S. Air Force declassified a trove of documents, including records of a secret program to build a flying saucer-type aircraft designed to shoot down Soviet bombers. The ambitious program, called Project 1794, was initiated in the 1950s, and a team of engineers was tasked with building a disc-shaped vehicle capable of traveling at supersonic speeds at high altitudes. The declassified documents reveal plans for the plane to reach a top speed of Mach 4, 4 times the speed of sound, and reach an altitude of 100,000 feet, 30,480 meters. The project's estimated cost was more than $3 million, which in today's dollars would be more than $26 million. Project 1794 was cancelled in December 1961 after tests suggested the flying saucer design was aerodynamically unstable and would likely be uncontrollable at high speeds, let alone supersonic speeds. 3 of 45 Project 1794 credit, National Archives Project 1794. In late 2012, the U.S. Air Force declassified a trove of documents, including records of a secret program to build a flying saucer-type aircraft designed to shoot down Soviet bombers. The ambitious program, called Project 1794, was initiated in the 1950s, and a team of engineers was tasked with building a disc-shaped vehicle capable of traveling at supersonic speeds at high altitudes. The declassified documents reveal plans for the plane to reach a top speed of Mach 4, 4 times the speed of sound, and reach an altitude of 100,000 feet, 30,480 meters. The project's estimated cost was more than $3 million, which in today's dollars would be more than $26 million. Project 1794 was cancelled in December 1961 after tests suggested the flying saucer design was aerodynamically unstable and would likely be uncontrollable at high speeds, let alone supersonic speeds. 4 of 45 Project Worm credit, Frank J. Leskowitz. Project Worm. In the 1960s, the U.S. Army embarked on a secret mission to build a series of mobile nuclear missile launch sites under the Greenland ice sheet. The objective was to house medium-range missiles close enough to strike targets within the Soviet Union. The program was codenamed Project Worm, but to test its feasibility, the Army launched a cover research project called Camp Century in 1960. Under this guise, engineers built a network of underground buildings and tunnels, including living quarters, a kitchen, a recreation hall, infirmary, laboratories, supply rooms, a communication. Acoustic Kitty. A report from 1967 shows that the CIA spent millions of dollars in an attempt to train domesticated cats to spy on the Soviet Union. Yes, you read that correctly. Nicknamed Acoustic Kitty, the program involved implanting electronic spying equipment into live cats and then training them to eavesdrop on unsuspecting Cold War rivals. If you don't believe this ridiculous program existed, you can read more about it in this memorandum published by the National Security Archive. FBI surveillance planes. In 2015, the app broke the news of an FBI surveillance program that uses small aircraft to spy on suspects on the ground. The planes carry video and cell phone surveillance technology and are registered to fictitious companies. When the app released its report in June 2015, the planes had been observed above more than 30 cities in 11 U.S. states in a 30-day period. While the FBI told the app that its aerial surveillance program is not a secret, details about what information the planes collect is highly censored in publicly available documents. According to the app, the report also states that the FBI operates these planes without judicial approval. One document, obtained by the National Security Archive, shows the names and addresses of the fictitious companies that operate the planes. NSA expert and historian Matthew M. Aid also created a list of the aircraft that are used in this FBI Air Force. Time travel drone.
So I also searched on time travel drone because it makes sense that they first use a drone or something like that instead of a human. And if not with a wormhole, or with a telephone booth, they do it with flying saucers probably. Wondering what movie this is from. So I'm searching about info on the subject. Of course you run into a lot of movies about time travel as well. That's weird that these options appear somewhere here in the middle, related searches. I've never seen that before. Well, we see the Doctor Who fictional or perhaps real telephone booth thing. But I think that's fictional. So perhaps it's Tesla's time travel machine. And supposedly the FBI has recordings of his voice on LP records. And it's weird, there's also one video on YouTube, but that's not really Tesla, I think. So there is no recording of his voice, though he was supposedly this electronic genius. Though there are recordings of Houdini's voice, who lived before Nikola Tesla, some illusionist basically. And I like illusionists, David Copperfield and others. The tricks are also helping us to develop our intelligence and entertain each other, and of course you always have the potential for abuse with intelligence and power. They say power corrupts. But perhaps it had to go like this. If we all would have had that technology, perhaps our planet would have been blown up long ago. So safety first. And I am doing what I consider the right thing, and to end all wars, that's a great idea of the vegetarian Nikola Tesla. I'm a vegetarian myself. I first think about what is most important. They made his eyes blue, I think. Don't know if he had blue eyes. Then we can read this ancient-code.com article.
Three years ago, 2 months ago, unexplained Tesla's time travel experiment. I could see the past, present and future all at the same time. Ancient Code by Ancient Code 17.5 gives Nikola Tesla time machine. Apparently, Tesla too was obsessed with time travel. He worked on a time machine and reportedly succeeded, saying, "I could see the past, present, and future all at the same time." The idea that humans are able to travel in time has captured the imagination of millions around the globe. If we look back at history, we will find numerous texts that can be interpreted as evidence of time travel. When Albert Einstein published his theory of relativity in 1905, it created a buzz in the scientific community, opening the page for many questions such as, time travel, a possibility? There is even evidence of time travel in the Bible according to Eric von Däniken. In the Bible, the prophet Jeremiah was sitting together with a few of his friends, and there was a young boy. His name was Abimelech, and Jeremiah said to Abimelech, "Go out of Jerusalem, there is a hill, and collect some figs for us." The boy went out and collected the fresh figs. All of a sudden, Abimelech hears some noise and wind in the air, and he becomes unconscious. He had a blackout. After a time, he wakes up again, and he saw it was nearly the evening. So when he runs back to the society, and the city was full of strange soldiers, and he says, "What's going on here? Where are Jeremiah and all the others?" And an old man said, "That was 62 years ago." It's a time travel story written in the Bible. Von Däniken. If we look at the Mahabharata, written in the 8th century BC, King Ravata is described as traveling to the heavens to meet with the creator god Brahma, only to return to earth hundreds of years in the future. In Japan, the legend of Urashima Taro describes the tale of a fisherman's visit to the protector god of the sea region in an underwater palace for what seemed like only 3 days. When he returns to his fishing village, he finds that it's been 300 years that he's been gone. Maybe all of these myths inspired great thinkers to try and figure out a way to achieving time travel. Not long ago, a team of scientists from the University of Queensland, Australia, have simulated how time-traveling photons might behave, indicating that at least on a quantum level, the grandfather paradox, which demonstrates how time travel is not possible, can be resolved. Using photons, single particles of light, researchers simulated quantum particles traveling to the past. After studying their behaviors, researchers revealed possible anomalous aspects of modern-day physics. However, it seems that Nikola Tesla may have worked on time travel before modern science even thought it was possible. According to reports, in 1895 Tesla made a shocking discovery suggesting that time and space could be influenced by magnetic fields. Allegedly, this idea that one could alter time and space by magnetic fields, led to a number of experiments that allegedly gave birth to the infamous Philadelphia Project, considered mostly a hoax. It is believed that Tesla worked on the idea of time travel, discovering amazing results along the way. Using magnetic fields, Tesla found that the space-time barrier could be altered and accessed by creating a Trojan horse, which eventually led to a different time. However, it is still unclear whether or not Tesla actually achieved this, as there are no documents whatsoever that prove, or for that case, disprove something like this occurred. NASA simulation of asteroid hitting NY predicts mass destruction. First image of a black hole is captured by astronomers now playing Elon Musk's Starship is coming together. And new images reveal what it will look like. Russian scientists warn a massive asteroid could strike Earth. Indiana 20681:20. iTech can identify genetic disorders from a person's face. 1:02. Scientists successfully 3D prints heart from human cells. 1:24. Over 1 million plants and animals could soon be extinct. 1:28. Harvard astronomer still believes Oumuamua may have been an alien space probe. 1:23. NASA's spacecraft beams back image of farthest object ever visited by mankind. 1:20. Green Christmas comet is visible this month. 1:00. Powered by the only thing we do know is that reports state that in 1895, a witness found Tesla at a small coffee shop looking shaken and disturbed. His assistant claimed that Tesla was almost electrocuted by a machine as Tesla was trying to solve the time travel riddle. After nearly dying, Tesla claimed he had found himself in an entirely different time and space window, where he could see the past, present, and future at the same time while staying within the artificially created magnetic field. Regrettably, there are no documents which we were able to find to back up these claims. However, if Tesla tried to achieve time travel, he surely wasn't the only scientist to try.
So well, what would that look like then if you can see the past, present and future all at the same time? Perhaps like energy.
Hello, I'm Dan Reagan.
Excusez-moi. Perhaps I've seen this before already. Okay, Tesla's Time Machine, uploaded by Dancing124, December 29, 2012. It's the Tesla turbine, a disc-based turbine. The device on the left is a polyphasic AC motor. Nice try.
Year. Now, this time around, I want to know how many of you have seen a movie called The Time Machine or read it by H.G. Wells. Yeah. And then there's a design by Nikola Tesla, and Sandra's about to present that to you.
So many people call him either Nicolas Tesla or Nikolai Tesla. I don't know if Nikola Tesla is the correct pronunciation, but I just wonder why that is. So in the comments, I hope to read all of your wonderful answers and ideas.
Present it with the light. That will be very difficult for them to see.
I think it's pretty good.
Oh, you think so?
Actually, oh yeah, you can see it.
That's how an actual time machine looks, and the movie was based upon this design. It travels in place forwards or backwards through time. One thing you don't want to do is build it. The first person you can hurt is yourself. If you change the present or the past, you may change who you are, what you are, and many others around you. So please don't build it, even if you know how to build this thing. I sure don't. Anyway, we could bring that back down again. So that was my presentation for tonight. I just thought I would wax a little science upon you to see what your thoughts are.
Theory is this from, Dan? What?
Well, Nikola Tesla, time machine.
But is it related to Einstein?
Yes, later on it is related to Einstein, but that takes a little bit. That takes a little bit more to try to mesh those two things together. They are very separate things, but they can be the same thing. But anyway, the time machine is, if you can build what I've just shown you, don't do it. You can get yourself in trouble. You can get myself in trouble. But mostly you could get yourself in trouble.
Well, I already said don't do it unless you can control the outcome is an idea basically to prevent trouble that he's talking about. So though it may be a fake patent or whatever, not a time travel machine, it's still good advice. So it may be Tesla technology they're using, that's clear. And I'm wondering if this Tesla is really the same person as this Tesla. Here he doesn't have a mustache anymore. And if it's the same Tesla we see here. This picture and Here both of them are next to one another. And here we see a picture of the cover of that book that I was talking about. Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. So his name is Baron Trump. His first name is Baron, I think. Well, I guess they've heard about the commandment, thou shalt not kill. Is this some, what is this? I think they've photoshopped this, I think. Nice one. That's the time travel machine from the movie, and they've edited Nikola Tesla in. You can see it a bit, perhaps. So, the contours sometimes give it away. Different lighting on the face of the person edited in, and other things. You could also use Photoshop and then apply certain effects, and that can also make clear if they've doctored with the picture. Cool picture though. Alien UFO sightings. I'm gonna save it to my hard disk. Real. So, next part is YTP. So, if you don't want to hear it, then stick your fingers in your ears now.
I'm going to create a third world war to build a temple in Jerusalem for my body and to reduce the global population to 500 million.
If you're a single lady, you're welcome for shiatsu hand massage. You can always Skype ProLogic999, that's me, or Hoffman. And I'm in Meidrecht in the Netherlands. And I'm gonna get some dinner, make some music. My mic was off, I thought it was on. And a video about the Tesla patents, also is a color picture of Nikola Tesla. Of course, they've colored it in basically with Photoshop. So I don't know if that was in this broadcast. Hope my mic was on when it had to be on. And otherwise, perhaps I'll cover it in the next broadcast, or you can make up the words yourself for fun. So I'm feeling kind of weak. And I advise everybody to be prepared for a possible nuclear event, solar storm, EMP. So with a radiological water filter and storable food, you have a chance of surviving it, and without it you don't, that's clear. So be careful out there and do the right thing for universal peace.